Indonesia Denpasar in collaboration with the International Federation of Social Science Organization, Masyarakat Sejarawan Indonesia or Indonesian Historian Society, and the Indonesian Institute of Science LIPI, Jakarta, we proudly present the 6th International Conference of Interreligious and Intercultural Studies ICIIS 2021. It's being a great honor for me, Reka Anjani, to be standing here and welcome each and every one of you in a virtual international conference today. Ladies and gentlemen, over the next few hours, this meeting will provide you plenty of opportunities to discuss, share knowledge and insight about towards the era of new normal, intercultural and interreligious perspective in coping with the pandemic. Before we proceed the program today, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to Excellency General Director of Health Service, the Ministry of Health Republik Indonesia, that represented by Dr. Rita Rogaya, SPPK, Mars, Excellency General Director of Hindu Religious Affairs, the Minister of Religion Republik Indonesia, Dr. Trihanduku Seto, SSI MSc. Excellency the President of Yayasan Pendidikan Widya Kerti, Profesor Dr. Iketut Ardana MA, Excellency Rektor of Universitas Hindu Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Dr. Imade Damriase MS, Excellency Core Doctoral Faculty, Indonesian Consortium for Religious Studies, Mr. Diki Sofjan, MPP MA PhD, Excellency Research Professor, Pusat Penelitian Kewilayahan P2W, Lembaga Ilmu Pengetahuan Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Yekti Maunati MA, Excellency a Speaker from Department of Economic, Istanbul University, Turkey, Professor Dr. Faisal Bozkurt, Excellency a Speaker from Theological Faculty of Leipzig University, Germany, Professor Dr. Gerd Pickel, Excellency Speaker from Harran University, Turkey, Professor Dr. Hakan Gulert, Excellency Professor and Deputy Dean of University of Delhi, India, Professor Amarjiwa Lohan, PhD, Excellency from Faculty of Southeast Asian Studies, Busan University of Foreign Studies, South Korea, Professor Dr. Kim Ye-kyung. Excellency Head of Bali Provincial Health Office, Mr. Dr. Ketut Suarjana, MPPM. Excellency the Indonesian Church Association or PGI Bali that represented by Pendeta Igusti Bagus. Excellency Representative of Indonesian Buddhists or Walubi, Bali that represented by Pendeta DDIKG Karyana Govinda, SAG MPD CPS. Excellency the Regional Office of the Ministry of Religion Bali that represented by DRS Nurkamit MED as the Head of Administration Section of the Bali Provincial Office of the Ministry of Religion. Excellency, distinguished guest delegate, ladies and gentlemen. Excellency, participant, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to sing National Anthem of Indonesia. Please take a great position. Thank you. Please keep up your position because now we will do the religious chanting by Mr. Dr. DRS Idewa Ketut Budiana M. Philha. Mr. Ketut Budiana, the time is yours.
Hadirin yang kami muliakan, doa kami pimpin dengan doa agama Hindu, yang lain menyesuaikan. Om rapat astraya nama swaha mat metatwat sudaya memeswaha. Om Sri Pasupati Umpat Om Sri Ambawantu Sukam Bawantu Purnam Bawantu. Om Ananta Sana Padma Sana Yanama Swa Om Rang Ring Sah Prama Siwa Raditya Yanama Swaha. Om Siwa Sutram Yadnya Pavitram Pranam Pavitram Prajapati Yoga Syambalam Astu Teja Pranam Guyam Trenggunat Makam. Hari Om Koti Prakasya Tuandra Koti Hardaya Iki Wedo Mantra Gayatri Mantra Sadaksara Sarvadewa Pita Sayampu Bargo Dewa Sudimahi. Om Kaswama Swama Mahadewa Sarva Prani Hitangkaram Mamuji Sarva Papa Biopalayo Siva Sadasiva. Om Manubhadra Krato Yantu Waswata. Dengan nama Tuhan yang Maha Pengasih dan Maha Penyayang, kami agungkan namamu karena Engkaulah satu-satunya yang Maha Agung. Om Sang Yang Widiwasa Tuhan yang Maha Esa. Pada hari ini kami hadir di hadapan-Mu untuk menyampaikan permohonan dan harapan. Karena Engkaulah tempat kami meminta dan tempat kami berharap. Maka terimalah kehadiran kami ini dengan sifat-Mu yang Maha Pengasih dan Maha Penyayang. Dengan anugerah-Mu pada hari ini kami bersama Bhakta-Mu berkumpul untuk melaksanakan International Visual Conference dengan tema mengatasi pandemi menuju era new normal melalui perspektif agama dan budaya. Jadikanlah pertemuan ini senantiasa dalam lindungan-Mu dan kasih sayang-Mu. Kami yakin akan kebenaran sabda suci-Mu di dalam kitab suci. Bahwa Engkau menciptakan tentram dan Engkaulah menjadikan cinta dan kasih sayang di antara kami semua. Om Sang Yang Widiwasa Tuhan yang Maha Esa. Jauhkanlah Bhakta-Mu dari ketidaktahuan. Lindungi mereka. Tetapkanlah kebahagiaan, ketentraman, dan ketenangan di antara kami. Himpunlah segala kebajikan yang terserak dari seluruh ciptaan-Mu. Jadikanlah pembuka pintu anugerah sumber ilmu dan hikmah, serta rasa aman bagi umat manusia. Om Sang Yang Widiwasa, Tuhan yang Maha Pengasih dan Bijaksana, kabulkanlah doa dan permohonan kami. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om.
Thank you. Excellency, our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we would like to invite to deliver his welcoming speech as Director of Universitas Hindu Indonesia, Mr. Profesor Dr. DRH Imade Damriase, MS. The time is yours.
Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome and thank you very much for all for joining this virtual conference of the 6th International Conference Interreligious and Intercultural Study organized by Universitas Hindu Indonesia in collaboration with the Indonesian Consortium for Religious Studies, Gajah Mada University, International Federation of Social Science Organization, Lembaga Ilmu Pengetahuan Indonesia, and others. This is the second time this conference has been held virtually during the global pandemic COVID-19. On behalf of the Hindu University of Indonesia, we would like to thank for the General Director of Health Services of Indonesian Ministry of Health and the General Director of Hindu Religious Affairs, the Ministry of Religion Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Dr. Trihandoko Seto, and also the invited speakers from Istanbul University, Professor Dr. Faisal Bozkurt, from Harran University, Turkey, Professor Dr. Hakan Gules, and also from Seoul University, South Korea, Professor Dr. Kim Ye-kyum, from University of Delhi, Indonesia, Professor Ahmad Jiwalohan, PhD, and also thank you very much for our partner from Indonesian Consortium for the Religious from the Gajah Mada University, Bapak Diki Sofian, PhD. Thank you very much, Pak Diki, for the close collaboration with the Hindu University of Indonesia, and also Ibu Professor Yekti. Thank you very much for the close collaboration with the Hindu University of Indonesia. Toward the era of new normal, it is the important and relevant topic to discuss and share experience in this conference concerning the global pandemic COVID-19. Now, the impact of pandemic COVID-19 not only for the health and economic problem, but also shifting to the social and psychological aspect. Today, the bestseller books by the Pak Diki Sofian will be launched today with the title Virus, Manusia dan Tuhan, Refleksi Lintas Iman tentang COVID-19 for the starting this conference. We hope that this conference will be an academic discussion concerning the pandemic COVID-19 from many perspectives, especially from the interreligious and intercultural perspective. We look forward to hearing your discussion and learning from you inside. Thank you very much. Om Shanti 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 Om.
Thank you, Mr. for the welcoming speech. We are now continuing our meeting to the first agenda. Book launching Virus, Manusia dan Tuhan, Refleksi Lintas Iman tentang COVID-19 by Diki Sofjan, MPP, PMA, PhD, with the Excellency discussion, DRG Nyoman Suartano, MAP, as the Head of Health and Human Empowerment Division, PhDI. It is now my pleasure to introduce the editor of book Virus, Manusia, Tuhan, Refleksi Lintas Iman tentang COVID-19, His Excellency Mr. Diki Sofjan, to deliver the book launching. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm applause.
Om Swastiastu. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you all, and good morning. Thank you very much for this invitation. As always, I'm always happy and honored to be present here at the Hindu University of Indonesia in Denpasar, Bali, which has become my sort of second affiliation in academia for the past 2.5 years now. And I'm delighted to be here to share with you some of the issues and contents of this newly released book entitled Virus Manusia Tuhan, which is a reflection, essentially an interreligious reflection on the COVID-19 pandemic. This book is a collaboration, a collective effort by scholars, academics, researchers, theologians, and representatives of the various religious communities in Indonesia. And more specifically, we have academics coming from Gadjah Mada University, from the Islamic University of Sunan Kalijogo, and the Christian University of Duta Wacana. But in addition to that, we have also invited scholars and theologians and representatives from the various communities, namely the Christian, the Catholic, the Hindu Balinese. We have Prof. Ketut Ardana and Mbok Putri here as two of the contributors of this book. We also had a scholar of Confucianism who contributed an article in the book, and also from Baha'i and Kaharingan and other beliefs. So we are quite proud of the fact that we were able to gather and muster the sort of intellectual resources in thinking through about some of the challenges and issues faced by religious communities, namely here in Indonesia, with respect to the COVID-19 pandemic. Since the spread of the virus and the social restrictions that we have seen, if I can remember well, since the third week of March in Indonesia, we have seen a drastic change in the way religious communities operate and congregate. We have seen much less spirit and enthusiasm for people going to the houses of worship. We have seen a significant decline in participation in rituals and festivities due to the social restrictions and the fear of the spread of the pandemic. Many of the religious communities have resorted to online pengajian, online majlis taklim and ceramah, and also rituals and festivities, all inviting the congregation via platforms such as Zoom, Google Meet, and others. So we are at a critical juncture in human history and the history of religious communities around the world, where we are seeing a different kind of religiosity coming to the fore and manifesting itself very differently from the previous years prior to the pandemic. One of the main arguments of this book is to discuss this issue of theodicy, which has become one of the sort of dilemmas and mysteries of the universe, really, when it comes to the relationship between man and God, or human beings and God. And that is this idea about God being the most merciful, the beneficent, but yet at the same time, it seems that in times of crisis, that in times of pandemic, God seems to be having much lesser importance or role. It seems that there is this idea that God had let human beings down. And this is the whole sort of thinking about theodicy. If God were to be so merciful, so beneficent, so loving to the humankind, why has he or she perhaps have let this pandemic to spread and have let suffering in this world to expand. We have seen at least across the world 3.5 million people dying directly or indirectly due to the COVID-19. We have seen thousands of people dying as well in Indonesia, and almost 1 million people being affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. And of course, this obviously brings into question the theological issue of theodicy, as I mentioned earlier. So we have attempted to sort of reflect on some of these issues in the book and to think through it from the different religious lenses, from the theologians, the academics, and religious scholars. And so with that, I would like to end my comments on the book, but I sincerely hope that this book would help us to understand in terms of how religious people and religious communities confront the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you very much. Good morning to you all. Om Swastiastu.
Thank you, Mr. Diki. What a nice book. Thank you for the new information. Now I present you the discussion for this book launching, DRG Nyoman Suartanu MAP, as the head of Health and Human Empowerment Division PHDI. For Mr. Nyoman Suartanu, the time is yours.
Selamat pagi. Om Swastiastu. Karena kita akan Apakah suara saya terdengar? Bisa didengar suara saya?
Bisa.
Baik. Pertama-tama saya sampaikan terima kasih atas kesempatan yang diberikan kepada kami karena kita akan membedah buku dengan edisi Indonesia. Tentu saya akan menyampaikan dengan bahasa Indonesia. Saya diberikan kesempatan untuk melakukan bedah buku tentang virus manusia Tuhan, suatu refleksi lintas iman tentang COVID-19. Tentu ini sangat luar biasa, karena pada kondisi seperti ini, UNHI bekerja sama dengan founding lain, dengan 6 International Conference dan Interreligious and Cultural Studies ini akan bisa membawa jalan keluar bagi kita semua. Mudah-mudahan kita bisa melakukan secara bersama-sama. Sehingga bedah buku ini saya berikan judul tentang kesempatan berbenah membina hubungan harmonis untuk hidup sehat dan bahagia. Tentu ini adalah suatu keinginan kita bersama di dalam keluar dari pandemi COVID-19 ini. Dari data buku yang saya terima, itu adalah judul bukunya adalah Virus Manusia dan Tuhan, sebuah refleksi lintas iman tentang COVID-19. Editornya tidak tanggung-tanggung, ada Bung Diki Sofyan dan Bung Muhammad Wildan. Kemudian penerbitnya adalah dari Perpustakaan Populer Gramedia bekerjasama dengan ICIIS. Dia terbit di Desember 2020 yang merupakan cetakan pertama. Tebal bukunya 338, dan nanti saya akan coba dengan membahas sedikit karena waktunya cukup terbatas. Pertama-tama saya berikan salam Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, shalom, nama budaya, salam kebajikan dan rahayu. Perkenalkan, nama saya Nyoman Suartanu sebagai Ketua Bidang Kesehatan dan Sosial Kemanusiaan di Parisade Hindu Dharma Indonesia Pusat. Kalau kita bicara tentang pandemi COVID-19, tentu kita tidak terlepas dari analisa situasi kita. Analisa situasi kita mungkin saya secara sederhana aja, karena memang peningkatan kasusnya terus-menerus, peningkatan kematian terus-menerus, kita tidak bisa membendung ini dengan berbagai hal, walaupun kebijakan dari pemerintah untuk melakukan disiplin kepada warganya belum membuahkan hasil. Kemudian puncak dari kasus ini juga belum kita bisa pastikan, sehingga estimasi kita akan melakukan new normal, mempergunakan tata kelola kehidupan kita yang baru ini, kita bisa 5-10 tahun mendatang. Hingga saya coba untuk memulai dengan analisis situasinya, berdasarkan data dan fakta serta informasi tadi. Apabila masalah ini kita tidak tanggulangi, maka akan memberikan impak kepada kita tentang bagaimana beratnya ke depan kita melakukan perbaikan-perbaikan ke depan. Solusi yang ditawarkan oleh pemerintah dan kepada kita semua, tentu seperti apa yang kita alami, ada kebijakan yang diberikan oleh pemerintah, kemudian struktur yang tersistem dari atas ke bawah untuk melakukan intervensi, untuk bagaimana bisa warga masyarakat melakukan disiplin. Harapan kita, ya hope yang kita keinginkan, bagaimana kita ke depannya bisa dari ini. Saya mencoba untuk membuka bedah buku ini dengan metode analisa terbuka dan tertutup. Artinya nanti ada konvergenitas, ada divergenitas, tetapi secara umum kita ingin melakukan analisa bersama-sama terhadap beberapa topik yang telah dilakukan di dalam buku ini. Tentu saya melihat bahwa buku dan tulisan ini sangat update dan aktual sekali, serta strategi tepat sekali karena dapat mencuri perhatian, serta menerobos keriuhan, kebekuan, kegamangan, terlebih kegelisahan umat saat menghadapi pandemi COVID-19 ini. Tentu sangat berbeda dengan buku atau tulisan yang telah ada sebelumnya. Ini yang kita dapat pahami sebagai mengupdate dari kondisi pandangan lintas iman yang telah tadi disampaikan. Apalagi kita sangat yakin dan percaya bahwa editor yaitu Bung Diki Sofyan dan Bung Muhammad Wildan sebagai dua orang intelektual juga sebagai dosen di Universitas Terkemuka di Indonesia ini memiliki kemampuan dan pengalaman yang sangat mumpuni. Sungguh sangat luar biasa dapat melakukan harmonisasi pemikiran, menulis bersama tentang mencari solusi terhadap permasalahan yang dihadapi oleh bangsa, dan dengan merajut upaya bersama menanggulangi COVID-19 ini. Ya tentunya melalui refleksi yang tadi secara bersama-sama kita lakukan. Demikian pula nanti saya akan coba melakukan memberikan saran terhadap beberapa penulisan terhadap yang terkonsentrasi kepada Bapak Ketut Ardana dan Nimadi Arianti yang saat mencoba melihat COVID-19 karena perspektifnya banyak sekali yang dilakukan di Bali yang mayoritas beragama Hindu, tentu juga tidak terlepas dari beberapa lintas iman yang sudah juga akan melengkapi. Kedua kontributor ini bergabung sebagai perpaduan dua aliansi tentu, seorang akademisi, seorang guru besar ilmu sejarah Asia dan staf pengajar di Universitas Udayana, dan seorang klinisi, psikologis klinik yang menyelesaikan di Universitas Airlangga, sehingga menjadi lengkap dalam membuat tulisan seperti subjudul yang tadi disebutkan, yaitu penyakit tradisional dan modern, ya pada konteks rumah tangga dan sekolah. Jadi buku ini sangat luar biasa. Sekali lagi saya coba untuk memberikan penekanan terhadap buku dan judul yang diambil, Virus Manusia Tuhan, Refleksi Lintas Iman. Judul ini memberikan penegasan bahwa harmonisasi, keseimbangan, hukum alam semesta harus dan wajib terjadi karena komponen keseimbangan itu pada tiga hal tersebut, yaitu virus akan mewakili lingkungan. Kedua, manusia itu mewakili umat manusia yang memiliki wiweka, yang memiliki pikiran, yang memiliki hati. Tuhan sebagai master, sebagai pencipta. Jadi dalam tiga hal ini, dalam judul Hindu sangat mewajibkan agar kita melaksanakan ajaran Trihita Karana, yaitu harus selalu jaga keseimbangan untuk harmonisasi kehidupan antara hubungan manusia dengan Tuhan, sebagai pencipta, sumber penciptaan, sumber pemberi kedamaian. Hubungan manusia dengan manusia sebagai makhluk ciptaan Tuhan, makhluk sosial ciptaan Tuhan yang paling banyak memberikan kontribusi kepada semesta. Sesama memiliki cinta, kasih, dan kebaikan, penentu dan penguasa diri dan lingkungannya. Yang ketiga, hubungan manusia dengan lingkungan alam semesta. Virus bagian dari ciptaan Tuhan sebagai makhluk hidup yang mengisi alam ini beserta lingkungannya, baik yang terlihat maupun tidak terlihat, yang membutuhkan kehidupan dalam keseimbangan. Ini inti dari Trihita Karana, yaitu gimana seluruh makhluk ciptaan dan semesta alam di ciptaan Tuhan kita sebagai manusia lah yang memiliki andil terbesar akan berhasil dan gagalnya harmonisasi tersebut. Hal ini sangat berkaitan dengan dharma dan karma. Saya coba mengkaitkan dharma dan karma, antara kewajiban dengan akibat yang akan kita lakukan, apapun yang kita lakukan, karena akibat merupakan hukum dari perbuatan. Dharma adalah inti kehidupan. Berjalanlah di jalan dharma, karena dharma adalah sumber kebenaran dan sumber kewajiban. Kehidupan yang dijalankan tanpa dharma adalah kehidupan yang ngawur. Kehidupan adalah kegiatan yang selalu kita lakukan, berpikir, berkata, dan berbuat. Ini tercakup dalam Trikaya Parisuda. Manusia harus berusaha untuk mengarahkan berpikir benar sehingga dia berkata tentang kebenaran. Selanjutnya dia melakukan perbuatan yang benar sesuai dengan dharma. Setiap kegiatan, aktivitas kehidupan, baik berpikir, berkata, dan berbuat berkonsekuensi pada hasil perbuatan, yaitu karma. Maka dharma sebagai hukum kebenaran wajib dilaksanakan karena akan menimbulkan karma baik yang berkorelasi terhadap Trihita Karana, yaitu harmonisasi di dalam alam semesta ini. Lebih jauh kami coba usus pada untuk subjudul dari pandemi COVID-19 ini, ya, pendekatannya tentang tulisannya Bapak Ketut Ardana dan Nimade Putri Ariyanti. Tulisan ini telah berhasil menyampaikan konsepsi tentang sehat yang selalu dinamis, bukannya statis atau kondisi yang menetap tapi bisa berubah dalam kondisi tertentu. Juga konsepsi sakit yang berkaitan dengan lingkungan dan perilaku yang tidak sehat. Penulis mengambil bahan penulisan dari kehidupan masyarakat Bali dalam menyikapi munculnya pandemi COVID-19. Berangkat dari penafsiran bahwa ini proses alami untuk mencapai keseimbangan yang selanjutnya dapat menjadi pondasi untuk kehidupan baru atau new normal. Dalam kehidupan masyarakat Bali lebih banyak berakar pada ajaran agama yang akan tradisi yang kaya akan tradisi dan budaya yang agung dalam menghormati dan mengelola alam sesuai agama Hindu. Di sini penulis ingin menekankan bahwa pandemi ini terjadi oleh karena ketidakseimbangan alam karena perilaku manusia yang tidak memberikan keseimbangan pada ekosistem keberlangsungan alam beserta penciptaannya. Serta manusia tidak menyadari bahwa dia adalah bagian yang penting menjaga keberlangsungan yang sehat damai di alam ini. Akan semakin lengkap rasanya apabila penulis menjelaskan lebih dalam tentang perilaku dimaksud yang menjadikan alam terganggu keseimbangannya sehinggalah terjadilah pandemi COVID-19 ini. Disinilah perpaduan kesalahan pada manusia sesuai konsepsi perilaku hidup bersih dan sehat sebagai upaya pencegahan. Keunikan serta kekhasan buku ini karena dia ditulis dengan kacamata sebagai refleksi masing-masing iman, sebagai lintas iman dipandang dari berbagai sudut, beda sudut pandang, beda cara pandang, dan mempergunakan pendekatan lingkungan yang berbeda, baik tradisi, adat, budaya yang berlandaskan keimanan, serta nilai-nilai kemanusiaan human value yang melekat pada setiap manusia beserta semesta alam ciptaan Tuhan, bertujuan untuk sama, yaitu kesehatan kebahagiaan, yang di dalamnya termasuk kesejahteraan manusia dan alam beserta segala isinya. Sebagai fokus bahasan, tentu berkaitan dengan pandemi COVID-19 yang menjaga permasalahan sepanjang tahun kemarin sampai dengan tahun berjalan ini. Berbicara penyebab tentu kita penting melakukan itu. Apa yang ditimbulkan, bagaimana mencegahnya, dan bagaimana kita bisa menekan serendah-rendahnya kasus itu sehingga roda ekonomi kehidupan kita bisa normal kembali. Dari berbagai tulisan yang ditulis oleh kontributor di dalam buku ini, refleksi keimanan masing-masing tentu banyak benang-benang sutra yang sebagai benang merah sudah disampaikan oleh masing-masing kontributor, penulis tentang pandangan, pengalaman, serta hasil penelitiannya, bagaimana aktivitas lokal jenius yang dimiliki oleh masing-masing iman. Dan ini disiplin ditenun menjadi sebuah lembar kain yang kuat dan satu langkah komitmen kita yang kuat. Tentu menuju kepada harmonisasi. Sehingga kedepannya penulis buku Perspektif Lintas Iman perlu terus dilanjutkan sampai menjadi momentum munculnya gerak dan langkah bersama lintas keimanan pada setiap menghadapi permasalahan bangsa yang membutuhkan kesatuan langkah sebagai solusi. Tentu keterlibatan masing-masing organisasi lintas iman atau majelis agama yang memiliki umat harus terlebih aktif dan saat pembahasan sampai pada tatanan aktivitas, tidak hanya pembahasan pada tahap konsep dan wacana. Buku Virus Manusia dan Tuhan menjadi pengingat kepada kita semua. Tuhan yang memiliki otorisasi kekuasaan. Beliau sebagai pencipta, pemelihara, pelebur alam semesta ini didalami kehidupan, lebih menekankan bagaimana kita sebagai ciptaannya ini diwajibkan untuk menjalankan kehidupan secara baik dan benar agar kehidupan ini bahagia sejahtera. Namun kita semua menjalankannya dengan baik sehingga segala permasalahan di dunia ini alami serta berimplikasi pada keberlangsungan kehidupan manusia beserta ciptaannya. Kita yakin dan percaya bahwa semua keimanan yang kita yakini mengajarkan kepada kita tentang harmonisasi, menjaga alam, menghormati sesama, tidak menyakiti, selalu berdoa untuk kebaikan dan kedamaian kebahagiaan semesta, namun semuanya kita berhenti pada pikiran dan perkataan. Ketika satu lompatan penting sebagai outputnya pada sikap dan perilaku, kita tidak mampu melakukan itu. Bila kita perdalam bahwa di dalam agama Hindu cukup banyak dan lengkap berkenaan dengan hari suci, hari raya, hari-hari penting sebagai pengingat kita. Sebetulnya hari raya ini adalah hari yang untuk mengingatkan kita bersama. Bagaimana pentingnya kita melakukan introspeksi, melakukan evaluasi, memonitor diri kita terhadap perilaku kita, terhadap akibat yang kita lakukan sehingga berdampak kepada orang lain, kepada lingkungan, kepada alam semesta ini. Sehingga apa yang terjadi? Kepengendalian pada diri kita gagal karena manusia bersikap seenaknya, penuh kesombongan, sehingga mengabaikan keharmonisan semesta. Dan dari perilaku itu pula lah mendapatkan akibat sebagai karma dan dibilang kesehatan yang berimbas di bidang ekonomi. Artinya dalam perspektif ini kami melihat dari berbagai aspek. Aspek keimanan, spiritualitas itu berkaitan dengan karma. Tetapi secara faktual kita memang telah melakukan upaya perbuatan-perbuatan yang tidak sesuai dengan konsepsi perilaku bersih dan sehat yang membuat kita lebih sehat. Inilah salah satu kegagalan yang kita lakukan sehingga kita ke depannya ingin menata lagi untuk kehidupan yang baru. Jadi kita harus mengakui bahwa manusia gagal dalam menjalankan pengendalian akibat keharmonisan semesta tercipta. Untuk itu dibutuhkan pertaubatan, mengembalikan kesadaran bahwa semesta menginginkan perubahan dari aktor manusia untuk keseimbangan dengan kehidupan new normal sepanjang masa pandemi ini. Kita semua harus menata kembali kehidupan ini dengan kesadaran baru serta berperilaku kehidupan yang baru sesuai dharma, kebenaran, kebijaksanaan, cinta kasih, dan tidak saling meniadakan, dan selalu cinta kedamaian. Buku Virus Manusia dan Tuhan menjadi pengingat kepada kita semua. Tuhan yang memiliki kemahakuasaan, beliau sebagai pencipta dan lain sebagainya itu akan melakukan perbaikan kalau kita melakukan perbaikan. Kalau kita menjalankan dengan baik, maka dunia ini akan berlangsung kehidupannya dengan baik sesuai dengan jalan dharma. Oleh karena itu, di dalam agama Hindu, kita sangat memahami bahwa pada awalnya kita memang sangat melakukan upaya-upaya pencegahan. Ya, oleh karena itu, pada bahasan ini, pada buku Virus Manusia dan Tuhan, Refleksi Lintas Iman, dengan editor Bung Diki Sofian dan Muhammad Wildan yang didahului dengan tulisan kontributornya Pak Ahmad Mutakin, sudah sangat jelas dan memberikan gambaran perspektif yang jelas kepada kita bahwa keberagamaan di Indonesia, baik tentang orientasi dan kematangan beragama, itu ditulis dengan lengkap, sehingga kita bisa melakukan perbaikan-perbaikan dengan usulan oleh Bapak penulis dari Amat Pak Putakin, bagaimana kita ke depannya isinya perlu mengembangkan kajian interdisiplin dan yang berorientasi pada problem solving. Ini sangat baik sekali bagaimana kita ke depan akan bisa menyelesaikan masalah ini. Khusus bahasan terhadap kontributor Bapak Ketut Ardana dan Nimadi Putri Ariyanti, khususnya pandemi COVID-19, di mana tulisan beliau tentang pendekatan psikologis dalam penyakit tradisional dan modern antara rumah tangga dan sekolah. Dalam agama ini dikenal dengan panca mahabhuta. 5 unsur elemen penting pembentuk tubuh, mikrokosmos, badan manusia, makrokosmos, alam semesta ini secara proporsional, seimbang, kerja sistematis di dalam hukum merta, hukum alam ini sebagai indikator kesehatan tubuh bahwa itu sehat ataupun tidak sehat. Manusia dibekali oleh sabda, bayu, dan idap. Jadi sabda dia memiliki perkataan, pikiran, dan perbuatan. Hal ini selaras dengan Trikaya Parisuda. Bagaimana mengendalikan hati, pikiran, dan perilaku menjadi satu garis lurus untuk baik dan benar. Kondisi pandemi COVID-19 yang saat ini sangat mengkhawatirkan perlu dibawa dalam kondisi yang tenang dan tidak panik, sejalan dengan upaya-upaya ekstra serta maksimal untuk mencari jalan keluar yang dilakukan. Akan tetapi bagaimana kita harus tetap bekerja serta menyelesaikan dengan ketenangan. Oleh karena itu, menjaga untuk bagaimana kita bersama-sama, bagaimana kita menjaga di hulu, bukan lagi menunggu di hilir. Kalau kita menjaga di hulu, bagaimana kita melakukan pencegahan, bagaimana kita melakukan promosi kesehatan, preventif, perilaku yang sehat. Ya, jadi sehingga sebagai pengantar bahasan buku ini, saya juga ingin mengulangi lagi dan melihat memframe tentang perubahan paradigma, khususnya tentang perilaku yang berhubungan dengan di bidang kesehatan, yaitu perubahan paradigma sakit ke paradigma sehat. Bagaimana kita sebagai manusia memiliki peranan yang besar dalam upaya mencegah terjadinya sesuatu yang buruk. Di sini perlu pula disiplin melakukan perilaku hidup bersih dan sehat. PHBS, perilaku hidup bersih dan sehat, seharusnya dilakukan dengan penuh kesadaran yang dilandasi dengan pengetahuan kesadaran berperilaku hidup bersih dan sehat akan dapat terhindar dari penyakit. Tentu perilaku seperti itu, ketidakdisiplinan bisa melakukan upaya mau tanpa mengindahkan orang lain, dan alam akan memperburuk kondisi yang ada. Konsepsi sehat dan sakit haruslah dikembalikan dalam konsepsi modern dan saintifik. Dibahas secara akademisi, bisa dimengerti secara logika, analitik, karena pada hakikatnya kita diberikan nalar yang penting dan paling sederhana, yaitu kesadaran serta kecerdasan. Hanya masalahnya, dalam perubahan perilaku tidak bisa dilakukan hanya sadar saja, tetapi harus diikuti dengan kemauan dan kemampuan. Setelah sadar dan maupun apabila tidak didukung oleh lingkungan orang terdekat serta penegakan aturan disiplin kemauan, tidak akan terwujud menjadi kemampuan atau mampu untuk berubah berperilaku menjalankan perilaku hidup bersih dalam kesadaran yang penuh dalam pencegahan ini. Konsep skala dan niskala, nyata, terlihat, dan tidak terlihat. Sesuatu yang diyakini adalah konsepsi yang paling menguatkan dalam tindakan pencegahan serta upaya penanggulangan pandemi COVID-19. Asal saja upaya nyata yang dilakukan secara skala dan disiplin, selanjutnya permohonan kepada Tuhan sebagai penentu. Karena kita yakini apabila kita berbuat baik, akan melakukan kebaikan, akan hasilnya baik. Jadi secara tersendiri saya ingin menyampaikan bahwa dalam upaya penanggulangan pandemi COVID-19 ini, oleh karena penulis mempergunakan landasan budaya masyarakat Bali, tentu lebih diperjelas budaya seperti apa yang seharusnya digunakan secara nyata, berproses, bertahap, dan dapat dimonitor, dievaluasi dalam penanggulangan ini. Kalau tidak jelas, nanti kita berputar-putar mencari kesalahan pada budaya, bukan pada manusianya. Padahal budaya itu adalah budi, kepribadian, intelijensia, atau supreme kemampuan manusia dalam mengatasi yang terjadi pada dirinya. Situasi ini memaksa untuk kita. Pada tulisan terakhir saya ingin menyampaikan tentang kesimpulan. Sebagai penutup dari bagaimana kita bisa menyempurnakan, memberikan saran terhadap buku yang telah akan di-launching pada hari ini, dan kami lihat bahwa buku ini memberikan dampak yang luas terhadap kesadaran manusia. Untuk kesimpulan pertama, bahwa situasi ini memaksa kita, dan terpaksa ataupun dipaksa, kita harus berubah. Kita harus menata kembali tata kehidupan kita untuk terhindar dari pandemi COVID-19 ini dengan tetap melakukan 3M, anjuran pemerintah, dan yang terakhir adalah melakukan vaksinasi. Oleh karena itu, yang kedua itu adalah prinsipnya secara umum masyarakat akan lebih tahu. Dia harus keluar dari paradigma lama dan masuk ke paradigma baru. Kalau kita melihat perkembangan 3 tahap masyarakat untuk lebih maju, maka tahap pertama adalah masyarakat tradisional mistik religius. Yang di Bali masih cukup banyak kita lihat bagaimana masyarakat tradisi mistik religius, tradisi mistik di balik praktek-praktek peragamaan, artinya ada hal-hal memang yang harus dijelaskan lebih jelas lagi tentang konsep-konsep tradisi budaya keberagamaan. Tahap kedua adalah masyarakat modern. Bagaimana masyarakat bisa menerima modernisasi, kemajuan, peradaban, efisiensi, dan efektivitas. Tahap ketiga adalah masyarakat fungsional. Itu bagaimana kita sekarang sudah mengenal kompetensi, kapabilitas dalam Hindu lebih dikenal dengan swadharma. Ketiga, perkembangan sangat membutuhkan waktu dan kemampuan manusia dan masyarakat untuk berpindah dan meningkat. Saat ini secara umum kita mengarah ke masyarakat fungsional. Dalam Hindu swadharma namanya, bekerja sesuai dengan fungsi dan kompetensi. Berpindahnya dari paradigma lama ke paradigma baru dan meningkatnya tahapan itu pun membutuhkan upaya dan kesadaran bersama menuju masyarakat yang lebih maju dan sejahtera. Yang ketiga, bagaimana upaya strategis yang penting kita harus lakukan dalam penanggulangan COVID-19 ini. Yang pertama adalah kerjasama dan kolaborasi serta program kemitraan government dan non-government, konsumsi pemberdayaan, dan sinergitas. Kedua, pemerintah selalu melibatkan para tokoh agama dan tokoh masyarakat dalam upaya pencegahan dan penanggulangan COVID-19 ini di dalam tokoh lintas iman dengan konsepsi bagaimana partisipatif dilakukan ini sudah teruji di dalam penerapan disiplin 3M. Yang ketiga, sosialisasi dan edukasi kepada umat warga masyarakat oleh lembaga dan pemerintah terus-menerus dilakukan. Ini sebagai sebuah konsepsi awareness. Bagaimana kita selalu menyadarkan, tidak berhenti-berhenti melakukan itu. Yang keempat adalah keteladanan. Disiplin oleh aparat dan pimpinan kepada masyarakat tentang perilaku benar terus dilakukan. Ini adalah konsep panutan. Tidak bisa kita hanya bicara aja. Tidak bisa kita hanya memberikan anjuran saja kalau kita sendiri tidak melakukan itu. Yang kelima, upaya penegakan disiplin dan penegakan hukum terus dilakukan. Karena ini konsepsi berkeadilan antara orang yang berbuat baik dan orang yang berbuat tidak baik. Keenam, sebagai penutup, mengingatkan kepada warga melaksanakan perilaku baru dalam kehidupan, selalu disiplin dengan protokol kesehatan. Karena kasus masih terus bertambah dan puncaknya belum kita alami. Ini adalah konsepsi edukasi, sosialisasi, dan advokasi yang pada prinsipnya adalah bagaimana kita bisa mengakomodatif di seluruh perspektif lintas iman, bagaimana perubahan konsep-konsep keberagamaan yang akan kita lakukan sepanjang tahun ke depan ini. Mudah-mudahan apa yang kami sampaikan, apa yang saya sampaikan ini sebagai tambahan dari buku yang sangat bagus sekali, yang sangat lengkap, ditulisnya secara baik. Mudah-mudahan ini memberikan tambahan atau perspektif yang baru juga, sehingga kita bisa melakukan upaya pencegahan keluar dari pandemi COVID-19 ini. Baik, terima kasih. Saya akhiri dengan para mesanti. Om Santi Santi Santi. Selamat pagi. Shalom.
Thank you for the new insight, Mr. We are now continuing our meeting to the next agenda. That is to hear the keynote speech which be delivered by Professor Abdul Qadir PhD SP THTKLK MARS that represented by Dr. Rita Rogaya SPPK Mars as the Echelon and the General Director of Interreligious Affairs, the Minister of Religion Republik Indonesia Dr. Trihandoko Seto SSIMSC. The keynote speech will be chaired by Mr. Professor Dr. Iketut Ardana MA. Mr. Ketut Ardana is the chairman of the Widyakerti Educational Foundation, a professor at the Faculty of Cultural Science, Udayana University, and completed his doctoral education at Philosophisch Fakultät Universität Passau, Faculty of Philosophy, Germany, in 2000. For Mr. Ketut Ardana, the time is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Veysel Bozkurt from the Department of Economics, Istanbul University in Turkey, to talk about your experiences in anticipating any threat and about the COVID-19 in Istanbul. And I do hope you can present or deliver your paper around 20 minutes. Please, this is your time, Professor Veysel. Hello, Professor Veysel. Good morning. So while waiting for the Professor Veysel.
That's all right. Thank you very much, Professor Ketut.
Okay, thank you, Professor Veysel. Okay? Good morning. Please, this is your turn.
It is 4 o'clock in Turkey now. I didn't go sleep yet. After presentation, I will go sleep. Thank you very much for this invitation, Professor Ketut. I'm going to share my screen now for presentation. Can you see the presentation? Professor Ketut? Hello?
Yes, we can see.
You can see and you can hear me.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to talk about psychosocial impact of COVID-19 in Turkey. The focus of my paper will be about family ties, family issues, and life satisfaction during the pandemic in Turkey. In order to understand the effect of pandemic on Turkish society, I conducted 3 research in April, September, December 2020. The first survey involved 5,300 people. My second survey includes 2,500 people, and third survey includes 1,100 people. Hopefully soon I'm going to start a new survey as well. The data was collected online by using convenient sampling. It is not possible to present all data in this presentation. But based on this data, I'm going to try to examine briefly the effect of COVID-19 pandemic on family ties, life satisfaction, and existential anxiety. First table, 55% of sampling claim that their family ties are now stronger during the pandemic period. But 17% of sampling claim that communication problems have increased with respect to their family. After the pandemic, especially housewives state that their family ties strengthened. Before the pandemic, women who couldn't spend time with their husband because of work intensity spent more time together during the long lockdown period. They seem to have satisfied the majority, most housewives. In contrast, lockdown has not had the same effect on family ties of all groups. Unemployed people, in particular, stated to experience much more economic worry, economic concern, as finding a job and making money has become more difficult. The unemployed were seen to be least likely to say that family ties had strength. Young people, another problem in Turkey, I think in all over the world, because they are bored, they are tired. Young people who are at a much more active age were unable to go out during this period. Students at universities away from their hometown returned to their families and moved away from their friends, therefore losing their freedom. Because of that reason, uneasiness of young students was higher than all other respondents in in this sample or in this research. One of the other factors affecting family relationships was household income. As seen in graph, the ratio of those stating that family ties had strength increased in parallel with increased income. As seen in graph also, as household income decrease, domestic communication problems or maybe family violence problems increase as well. Those with job anxiety stated that their family ties were strengthened, whereas the unemployed and those concerned about losing their job in future gave relatively negative answers about the strengthening of family ties. In addition, the economic problems, uncertainty about the future was also reflected negatively on family relationship. Those who fear hunger or being unable to meet basic needs in the future have more family communication problems. Maybe you can call it family conflict or family violence or domestic violence. Domestic communication problems have increased most among young people, especially as you see in graph under the 25. On the other hand, those who stated, "I have faith and practice it," reported stronger family ties during the pandemic. In contrast, those who stated no religious belief or skepticism were at least the least approving of this view. The respondents with religious beliefs and who practice their religion stated that they have fewer communication problems in the family than the other skeptic groups or non-practicing groups. Life satisfaction has decreased during the pandemic as well. As you see in graph, in April 2002 and between April 2002 and September 2002, dramatically decreased life satisfaction because people are tired of pandemic. Data show that life satisfaction of Turkish society has declined drastically. As income increase, life satisfaction increase significantly, as you've seen in graph 2. On the other hand, life satisfaction by the age, as seen in graph, the group with lowest life satisfaction is of age 25 or below. A steady increase in life satisfaction is being observed along with increasing age. However, when the age 65 and over are considered, a sharp decline in satisfaction is being observed by the effect of pandemic restrictions. As education increased, a significant difference occur regarding life satisfaction as well. And also, unemployed people and students provide the lowest life satisfaction average, while public servants, housewives, and retired people provided a relatively higher average in life satisfaction. Here is the results of multiple regression. Dependent variable is life satisfaction. The other independents are predictors of life satisfaction. As you've seen in table, the most important indicator is household income, which means higher income, higher life satisfaction. Lower income means lower life satisfaction. Also, confidence to government is one of the important indicators of life satisfaction. If confidence level or trust level to government is high or higher, which means their life satisfaction increase or become higher. And also other indicators, as you see, significant values, except education, all of them significant. Male have more life satisfaction than the females. Also, age is another indicator and significant indicator. Being optimistic the future for the future of Turkey is another significant indicator. Having and practicing a faith is another significant indicator. Yes. Virus infection fear is important problem in all over the world, including the Turkish people. In April, 41% of sampling state that they have virus infection fear. This fear increased 46% in September 22 and 51% in November 2002. It increased. I said I'm going to check again, but probably it might be increased more because of the mutation in virus. Another existential anxiety is question is fear of death. In April, because of the virus, fear of death was 29.5%. In September, this increased 21%, 31%. And in November, it increased 40%. Probably it's still increasing. Fear of losing loved one. In April, 63% of sampling of people had fear of losing loved one. This increased 68% in September, 79% in November. That's another problem for the people. The conclusion. COVID-19 pandemic has had a profound impact on economy, politics, science, culture, and the family. Especially during the lockdown, people were confined to their homes for a long time and spent more time together than ever before. Lockdown was an opportunity for those who couldn't previously spare time for their families due to workload, especially those who had no economic concern stated that they were happy because they spent more time with their families. The data show that young people experienced family communication problems or domestic family problems the most. Restricting people's freedom in pandemic created stress for everyone. But the stress it created on young people was seen to be little more than other groups. Increasing stress increased the domestic family problems more for young people. In contrast, it was observed that communication problems decreased with increasing age, and family ties were strained during the pandemic period, especially for adults. COVID-19 virus does not recognize social class. It infects everyone who does not take protective action against this virus. It kills those with a weak immune system, whether rich or poor. However, the socioeconomic impact created by pandemic is different for each social classes. The problems experienced by rich families and the problem experienced by poor families are totally different. Rich families were able to allocate more time to each other during the pandemic period. Developing new hobbies or learning new programs, and to a certain extent, they were able to work remotely or online. However, poor or unemployed families experienced increased economic anxiety. Increasing concern also increased communication problems among family members. Some people continued to work during the pandemic period. As they used public transport, rate of infection increased, especially in poor districts. However, as the level of trust of individual in government has increased, it can be seen that they cope more easily with psychosocial problem in the family created by pandemic. It was witnessed that existential anxieties among women increased much more compared to men. The increase in anxiety, existential concern may have played a major role on decrease in women's life satisfaction during the period from April to September 2002. In addition, there is strong correlation between life satisfaction and household income, as I said before. In another word, shrinkage of a job and employment, or decrease of job and employment opportunities decreases people's life satisfaction. The last sentence. In this period, when people's existential anxieties are increasing and the feeling of security are shaken, the inclusive and protective social policies of governments are vital importance for the life satisfaction and happiness of people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Weisel. So I would like to ask you later on, then we will collect all of the question and will be answered later on. And because of the certain situation and the certain reasons, I would like to invite the Excellencies General Director of the Health Services, the Ministry of Health, the Republic of Indonesia. So because of some reasons, Professor Dr. Abdul Qadir will be replaced by Dr. Asral Hasan. Dr. Asral Hasan, are you hear me? Dr. Asral Hasan, do you hear me?
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
I
thank
hear you, Mr.
Yes, I'm Ikatu Ardana. So please, could you deliver your presentation for this time? This is your turn.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm present in Bahasa ya.
Okay, all right.
Okay, thank you very much. Baik, ya, saya coba share screen. Mohon maaf. Baik, terima kasih. Selamat pagi. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Pertama kami sampaikan permohonan maaf dari Bapak Direktur Jenderal Pelayanan Kesehatan karena beliau berhalangan untuk hadir pada acara yang sangat penting hari ini, namun karena ada sesuatu hal sehingga diwakil kepada kami. Saya Dr. Asral Hasan sebagai Kepala Sub Direktorat Pelayanan Kesehatan Darurat Terpadu di Direktorat Yankes Rujukan. Jadi saya menyampaikan terkait dengan arah untuk menuju adaptasi kesehatan baru khususnya di pelayanan kesehatan. Kita ketahui bahwasanya semenjak adanya pandemi COVID ini terjadi perubahan yang sangat signifikan ya dalam tatanan kehidupan kita di seluruh dunia termasuk Indonesia ya, di mana kita harus menerapkan adaptasi kebiasaan baru, kemudian juga bagaimana kita bisa melakukan upaya-upaya dalam menekan angka penyebaran kasus COVID di Indonesia. Di samping itu juga secara bersamaan karena ini ada dampak ekonomi, kita juga bagaimana bisa menggerakkan ekonomi secara simultan dengan pandemi ini. Kemudian juga bagaimana kita berupaya ya, baik itu dari pemerintah, masyarakat dan seluruh stakeholder dalam untuk menerapkan protokol kesehatan ya, dalam menerapkan 3M, kemudian juga tugas kita melakukan 3T ya, testing, tracing dan treatment. Kemudian juga berikut adalah bagaimana kita bisa melakukan inovasi ya, termasuk peningkatan pelayanan secara digitalisasi, juga meningkatkan informasi dan promosi kesehatan dalam upaya kita untuk mensosialisasikan pandemi ini ke seluruh masyarakat ya, yang mana kita harapkan ini bisa menjadi perhatian untuk dapat ditingkatkan kedisiplinannya. Dan terakhir adalah bagaimana kerjasama semua pihak ya, termasuk juga di institusi pendidikan, di universitas juga ikut mendukung kita pada kesempatan pada hari ini juga, salah satunya upaya yang dilakukan untuk bagaimana kita bersama-sama untuk menekan kasus COVID ini di Indonesia. Kemudian beberapa kegiatan dari kesehatan baru yang kita lakukan ya di Kementerian Kesehatan yang menjadi perhatian ataupun upaya yang dilakukan oleh masyarakat. Pertama, bagaimana kita mempromosikan pemakaian masker, kemudian kita juga mengupayakan bagaimana kita disiplin untuk menjaga jarak ya. Kemudian juga melakukan cuci tangan ya sesering mungkin, baik itu dengan sabun ataupun dengan hand sanitizer. Kemudian juga kita mempromosikan bagaimana kita semua masyarakat Indonesia kembali tetap melakukan upaya PHBS, hidup bersih dan sehat ya, dengan memakan bergizi, rajin olahraga minimal 30 hari, kemudian istirahat yang cukup, mengelola stres ya. Kemudian juga kita melakukan upaya inovasi dalam hal untuk penggunaan digitalisasi, misalnya melakukan penggunaan elektronik dalam pembayaran, kemudian transaksi dan sebagainya. Ini merupakan bagian dari upaya kita untuk menuju adaptasi kebiasaan baru. Kemudian juga promosi kesehatan juga kita lakukan ya kepada seluruh masyarakat ya, baik itu di masyarakat umum maupun para mahasiswa, juga kepada seluruh stakeholder yang memang kita harapkan harus mengupayakan untuk menerapkan adaptasi kebiasaan baru di seluruh sendi kehidupannya ya. Kalau kita lihat pada slide berikut ini, gimana setiap masyarakat itu ketika dia keluar dari rumahnya ya, kalau itu memang dia harus keluar karena mungkin sesuatu yang memang diperlukan, dia harus menyiapkan segala sesuatunya agar dia memakai masker, kemudian menyediakan tisu, kemudian menyediakan sanitizer dan sebagainya. Ini memang salah satu upaya kita bagaimana kita terus mempromosikan kebiasaan ini agar masyarakat itu benar-benar prepare terhadap kondisi pandemi ini. Kemudian berikutnya terkait dengan upaya kita di pelayanan kesehatan ya dalam menghadapi transisi menuju adaptasi baru ini, di mana salah satunya rumah sakit mampu membangun budaya baru ya dengan melakukan perubahan dalam sistem pelayanan sehingga mampu mengikuti perkembangan di masa pandemi COVID ini. Penyelenggara rumah sakit dan seluruh petugas rumah sakit memahami bagaimana proses penularan COVID-19 ya dengan cara menerapkan protokol kesehatan di ICIIS ya. Kita ada Permenkes KMK 1591 tentang protokol kesehatan di ICIIS yang merupakan acuan dari rumah sakit ya untuk menerapkan protokol kesehatannya. Kemudian juga terkait dengan tuntutan perubahan budaya hidup baru dengan menerapkan protokol kesehatan di semua lingkungan rumah sakit juga harus kita upayakan ya, di mana menerapkan memakai masker, mencuci tangan dan menjaga jarak serta mengimplementasikan pencegahan dan pengendalian infeksi di rumah sakit. Ya, kita harapkan setiap rumah sakit ini memang ini salah satu bagian dari penilaian akreditasi dan untuk PP ini juga diharapkan benar-benar dilaksanakan secara ketat untuk salah satunya upaya kita agar tidak terjadi penularan atau terpaparnya tenaga kesehatan ataupun masyarakat yang berkunjung ke rumah sakit. Kemudian berikutnya adalah bagaimana kita melihat suatu adaptasi yang baru di rumah sakit tersebut ya, di mana kondisi rumah sakit harus beradaptasi dalam menerapkan pelayanan kepada pasien, baik pasien COVID maupun pasien non-COVID. Jadi kita upayakan ada pembagian zonasi antara layanan COVID dan COVID ya. Kemudian dengan salah satu mengantisipasi penularan COVID-19 baik petugas rumah sakit, pasien, pengunjung dan maupun lingkungannya. Kemudian untuk perawatan pasien di masa pandemi COVID yang melayani pasien COVID dan non-COVID, maka perlu diperhatikan terkait dengan kecukupan dan penggunaan APD standar sesuai dengan risiko paparan. Jadi ada level APD yang memang harus kita perhatikan, baik itu di ruang isolasi ataupun di ruang non-isolasi itu ada standar APD-nya. Kemudian juga pengaturan jam kerja tenaga kesehatan. Kita upayakan supaya tenaga kesehatan ini benar-benar kita perhatikan jadwal kerja sampai jangan terlalu lelah, sehingga ini juga akan mengurangi dampak pemaparannya ya. Kita lihat juga tenaga kesehatan kita ini jangan sampai mereka itu dalam hal untuk pelayanan sehingga terbebani ya dalam kegiatan di rumah sakit tersebut. Kemudian meningkatkan mutu pelayanan di rumah sakit ya, saya sudah jelaskan tadi. Berikutnya mempunyai ruang isolasi tekanan negatif dan tata laksana terapi secara multidisiplin. Dan terakhir adalah meningkatkan kewaspadaan terhadap kondisi nakes sendiri. Ini upaya-upaya kita di pelayanan kesehatan dalam menerapkan adaptasi kebiasaan baru. Tentunya dalam penerapan tersebut kita mempunyai tantangan-tantangan yang memang menjadi upaya kita untuk menerap tersebut ya. Satu adalah tantangan adalah bagaimana kita lihat jumlah kasus COVID ya di 19 di rumah sakit juga masih sangat tinggi, terutama pada saat terjadinya pasca libur panjang ya. Pasca libur panjang itu 1-2 minggu kemudian itu terjadi lonjakan kasus. Jadi kita harapkan memang apa yang sudah terhadap pemerintah ya agar tidak keluar rumah ataupun tidak melakukan liburan selama pandemi ini merupakan bagian dari upaya kita untuk menekan kasus COVID tersebut. Kemudian juga bagaimana kita mengupayakan ketersediaan sarana prasarana, peralatan, dan logistik baik APD maupun obatan. Kemudian juga kita lihat tingginya kejadian penularan pada tenaga kesehatan kita ini juga menjadi fokus kita. Dan terakhir tentunya pelayanan esensial. Ini kita lihat di awal pandemi itu terjadi sangat signifikan penurunan pelayanan esensial ya, yang seharusnya memang sangat dibutuhkan karena adanya kekhawatiran untuk orang ke rumah sakit takut terpapar COVID sehingga pelayanan esensial ini menjadi sangat menurun kunjungannya. Ya. Kemudian saya menjelaskan terkait dengan prinsip utama pengaturan rumah sakit pada adaptasi baru tersebut, yaitu pertama bagaimana kita bisa mengatur alur layanan, ya mulai dari alur pasien, screening, dan triase. Jadi kita upayakan setiap pasien case itu, ketika pasien akan datang itu, mulai pendaftaran harus kita atur. Pendaftarannya apakah dia itu sudah dari rujukan dari pasien case, atau dia mendaftar memang dia sudah sistem online yang kita siapkan, pendaftaran online, atau dia memang datang sendiri. Ini juga kita atur. Ya, kemudian kita harus melakukan screening dulu ya sebelum dia masuk ke triase, dia screening apakah ini dia ada gejala-gejala ke arah COVID atau dia tidak ada gejala ke arah COVID ya. Baru lakukan ke triasenya. Kemudian pembagian zonasi, zona risiko ya, zona COVID dan non COVID juga kita atur, jangan sampai kita upayakan tidak ada cross antara zona COVID dan non COVID ya. Kemudian berikutnya penerapan PI, ini juga paling penting ya untuk mengurangi terpaparan, menekan keterpaparan. Kemudian juga pengembangan sistem inovasi pelayanan kesehatan ya. Bagaimana kita menerapkan digitalisasi dengan melakukan telemedicine, registrasi online, dan bagaimana kita bisa melakukan optimalisasi e-resep ya, juga termasuk billing system. Terakhir adalah bagaimana kita penguatan rujukan di masa adopsi baru ini melalui sistem rujukan berbasis online ya. Kita juga ada aplikasi untuk rujukan secara online, itu ICIIS sistem rujukan integrasi yang sudah berjalan ya. Cuman di sini kami perlu menekankan kepada pasien case ya untuk benar-benar meningkatkan respon time dalam penggunaan sistem tersebut ya, karena semakin cepat respon time dilakukan semakin baiklah penggunaan dari sistem rujukan digitalisasi ini. Kemudian berikutnya adalah strategi dalam membatasi penyebaran di pasien case ya, bagaimana kita tadi mengatur triase tersendiri dan mengupayakan si pasien dengan benar ya. Kemudian terapi kewaspadaan kita ya terhadap semua pasien yang ada di rumah sakit ya tanpa terkecuali. Kemudian juga terapi kawasan tambahan ya juga dilakukan terhadap infeksi COVID ataupun non COVID. Kemudian laksanakan pengendalian administrasi dan laksanakan pengendalian lingkungan dan rekayasa engineering, masuk pengaturan blok-blok layanan dari sarana-prasarana di rumah sakit kita. Dan terakhir peningkatan tahan tubuh dan imunitas petugas ya, dalam upaya kita untuk menekan paparan petugas kesehatan terhadap COVID. Ya. Salah satu contoh implikasinya itu bagaimana kita bisa mengatur ruang perawatan pasien ya yang bertekanan negatif dan juga tidak harus ada tekanan negatif ya. Biasanya kalau untuk ruang tekanan negatif ini dikhususkan biasanya bagi pasien-pasien yang memang potensi terjadinya tindakan aerosol ya, bisa di ruang ICU ataupun di ruang OK khusus COVID. Kemudian penggunaan APD sesuai dengan risiko kebutuhan, ya, kemudian pengaturan jam kerja di ruang isolasi dan pemberian vitamin secara rutin kepada petugas. Ini beberapa contoh tindakan bisa dilakukan dalam implementasi dari strategi yang sudah kita sampaikan tadi. Kemudian berikutnya yang perlu kami sampaikan juga adalah kesiapan pasienkes dalam pelaksanaan vaksin COVID-19. Karena saat ini kita sudah memasuki program vaksinasi ya mulai Januari tanggal 13 kemarin Pak Presiden kita sebagai orang pertama mendapatkan vaksinasi ya. Ini kita sudah upayakan juga bisa berjalan dengan baik, dengan lancar ya. Di mana sebelum vaksinasi itu dilakukan, program itu di Januari, di Desember kita sudah menyampaikan informasi kepada semua pasienkes agar menyiapkan upaya-upaya mereka untuk vaksinasi di tempatnya ataupun menyiapkan tenaga kesehatannya untuk divaksinasi. Karena kita bersama bahwasanya untuk gelombang satu ini yang diutamakan adalah tenaga kesehatan. Jadi kita melakukan menyampaikan informasi kepada semua pasienkes agar mendata tenaga kesehatannya untuk dilakukan vaksinasi. Dan juga kita lakukan informasi kepada semua pasienkes untuk mensimulasi program vaksinasi ini sebelum vaksinasi dilakukan. Waktu itu sudah rumah sakit, khusus rumah sakit vertikal sudah melakukan hal tersebut ya. Jadi saat ini sudah alhamdulillah berjalan dengan baik ya, sudah hampir 1 juta tenaga kesehatan sudah dilakukan vaksinasi ya. Kita harapkan target yang kita siapkan bisa berjalan dengan baik. Kemudian ada beberapa protokol rumah sakit ya dalam adaptasi yang baru berikut terkait dengan bagaimana kita mengatur manajemen pelayanan, kemudian mengatur manajemen SDM, kemudian perasaan dan manajemen keuangan. Ini merupakan satu keseluruhan dalam sistem pelayanan di adaptasi baru tersebut ya. Karena kalau kita lihat dalam sistem pelayanan kita harus memperhatikan bagaimana pelayanan antara pasien dan COVID ini bisa berjalan secara beriringan ya, tanpa meninggalkan layanan yang sangat dibutuhkan, terutama layanan esensial ya. Kemudian bagaimana kita bisa dengan menerapkan PPI ya, kemudian melakukan sistem layanan dengan inovasi yang sudah berjalan saat ini, kemudian juga penguatan dalam sistem pendidikan yang harus juga kita jalankan ya, pendidikan dalam kedokteran. Kemudian juga penguatan SDM juga kita harus perhatikan, baik itu kebutuhan, jumlah, maupun dalam precaution-nya ya, untuk mengurangi angka terpapar tenaga kesehatan kita. Kemudian juga saprasnas ini kita upayakan bagaimana kita bisa mengatur kembali master plan ataupun tata ruang dari lingkungan rumah sakit kita agar ini mengikuti kondisi pandemi ini, di mana kita bisa mengatur antara ruang zona COVID dan non-COVID. Ya. Dan terakhir bagaimana juga sistem keuangan ini akan berubah juga ya. RBA kita akan berubah, bagaimana kita bisa mengatur karena kebutuhan layanan juga akan meningkat sesuai dengan penggunaan APD, kemudian juga pengaturan jadwal layanan yang juga akan meningkatkan imunitas kita. Ini tentu ada penambahan pembiayaan yang harus kita perhatikan. Kemudian juga terkait dengan inovasi layanan juga menjadi concern untuk masa pandemi ini ya, di mana kita bisa menerapkan sistem perencanaan kita e-planning berbasis elektronik, kemudian pelaporan juga laporan rumah sakit ya, kita sudah ada online ya, semua rumah sakit untuk melaporkan layanannya, terutama layanan COVID ya, baik itu kapasitas yang tersedia maupun keterpakaiannya di masing-masing rumah sakit, sehingga kita bisa melihat sejauh mana dari tingkat hunian rumah sakit dan bornya berapa gitu yang masih rumah sakit. Kita bisa untuk melakukan antisipasi bila terjadi lonjakan kasus ya. Kemudian juga banyak kita mengupayakan untuk menerapkan pendaftaran online ya, kemudian juga sistem informasi rujukan telemedicine ya, juga bisa kita konsultasi secara online. Ini juga kita sudah bisa kembangkan di pasienkes. Kemudian juga sistem informasi pasienkes ya, bagaimana kita bisa menggunakan SIM RS, dan terakhir adalah tentunya kita mengupayakan untuk kedepannya kita bisa terus meningkatkan artificial intelligence dalam Yankes ya. Misalnya ada pelayanan robotik, kemudian e-lab, e-radiologi, dan e-patologi ini bisa berjalan dengan baik di pasienkes kita. Berikutnya yang kami ingin jelaskan terkait dengan layanan esensial. Ini tadi saya sampaikan bahwasanya memang untuk layanan esensial ada indikator dari WHO, ya ada 16 layanan esensial harus kita tetap perhatikan terkait dengan kesehatan reproduksi ibu dan anak ya. Bagaimana kita upayakan program berencana, program tetap berjalan, kemudian juga perawatan persalinan juga tetap berjalan dengan baik, imunisasi di rumah sakit maupun di puskesmas ataupun di posyandu bisa berjalan ya. Kemudian juga penanganan penyakit tertentu seperti pneumonia juga bisa jalan baik. Sedangkan untuk penyakit menular ya, kita pengobatan TB ini juga kita upayakan terus berjalan ya, karena kasus TB di Indonesia juga masih tinggi ya, dan kita merupakan bagian dari penyumbang kasus TB yang tertinggi di dunia. Jadi kita jangan sampai terlena dengan COVID ini terhadap pengobatan TB. Juga pengobatan HIV/AIDS ya, pemberian antiretroviral, kemudian pengobatan hepatitis, malaria, ya, dan peningkatan lingkungan ya untuk sanitasi dan sebagainya. Sedangkan penyakit tidak menular juga menjadi konsen di pelayanan esensial ini, yaitu pencegahan pengobatan tekanan darah tinggi, kemudian penyakit diabetes ya, dan cancer ya, juga upaya-upaya promosi pencegahan tidak merokok. Kemudian terakhir adalah bagaimana kita mengupayakan akses kesehatan itu bisa berjalan dengan baik yang dapat diakses oleh masyarakat. Mana kita mengupayakan tenaga kesehatan, obat-obatan esensial dan keselamatan pasien. Ini juga merupakan bagian yang harus kita perhatikan. Kemudian saya kira ini sudah saya jelaskan terkait dengan manajemen SDM ya di pelayanan kesehatan. Kemudian juga terkait dengan protokol kesehatan yang di 1591 ya, protokol kesehatan di ICIIS. Ini kami upayakan supaya setiap rumah sakit benar-benar berkomitmen untuk menekan PPI karena ini bagian dari upaya kita menekan angka kasus COVID di ICIIS. Melakukan surveillance ya kasus-kasus COVID yang terjadi di rumah sakit, kemudian melakukan SOP screening untuk mengurangi beban kerja dan nakes yang mulai COVID, melakukan edukasi 3M ya seluruh jajaran di pelayanan kesehatan ya di rumah sakit, puskesmas dan sebagainya. Melakukan analisis beban kerja terhadap kebutuhan kemampuan rumah sakit karena ini terkait dengan kebutuhan SDM tentunya. Mengatur jadwal tenaga kesehatan dengan baik ya, kita upayakan kalau bisa karena ini adalah penggunaan APD petugas kita kalau bisa jangan terlalu lama ya. Ini kita upayakan maksimal 6 jam per hari lah tugas kita dan memberikan waktu istirahat yang cukup ya. Kemudian perhatikan keselamatan dan kesehatan jasmani maupun rohani bagi SDM kita. Melakukan pencatatan pelaporan terakhir melakukan audit internal ya dari kegiatan yang kita lakukan apakah sudah berjalan dengan baik atau ada perbaikan yang perlu dilakukan oleh ICIIS tersebut. Berikut terkait dengan treatment, kita sudah mengeluarkan buku saku yang kedua terkait dengan protokol tata laksana COVID-19. Ini kami harapkan Bapak-Ibu sekalian ya, terutama di ICIIS untuk menerapkan protokol tata laksana ini. Salah satu upaya kita agar kita dapat menurunkan angka kematian bagi pasien yang dirawat di rumah sakit. Nah, sini tentunya edisi kedua ini mengikuti perkembangan terbaru yang disampaikan oleh ad interimnya WHO ya. Bahwa obat-obat itu ada yang memang sudah tidak digunakan lagi ya, kemudian juga ada memang terbaru cara penggunaan obat dan sebagainya. Terkait dengan layanan kesehatan di rumah sakit saat ini kita sudah menetapkan ada 970 rumah sakit rujukan COVID-19 yang ada di Indonesia ya. Terdiri dari 132 rumah sakit rujukan COVID SK Menteri Kesehatan dan 838 rumah sakit SK Gubernur. Jadi penetapan rumah sakit rujukan COVID ini ada yang ditetapkan oleh pemerintah pusat ya SK Menkes, ada juga oleh gubernur masing-masing daerah sesuai dengan kebutuhannya. Jadi untuk penetapan dari gubernur ini bersifat fleksibel ya, kalau memang nanti terjadi lonjakan kasus nanti gubernur bisa menetapkan lagi jumlah rumah sakit untuk COVID ini. Dari 970 rumah sakit tersebut ya sebanyak 503.049 tempat tidur yang disediakan ya untuk pasien COVID ini, baik itu isolasi maupun ICU untuk COVID ya. Jadi ini kita sudah berupaya semaksimal mungkin agar masyarakat yang memang membutuhkan pelayanan itu bisa dilakukan diterima rumah sakit ya dan bisa dirawat dengan baik ya sesuai dengan standar yang sudah kita tetapkan. Baik, ini terakhir dari kami yang perlu kami sampaikan bahwasannya terkait dengan sudut pandang ragam agama budaya dalam menghadapi COVID ini, ya, apapun jenis agama dan budaya Indonesia harus mampu berkolaborasi dengan saling menghimbau mengakhiri pandemi COVID. Ya, artinya bahwa stigma di masyarakat ya kita membutuhkan tokoh-tokoh masyarakat, tokoh agama ya agar ikut serta ya mengupayakan untuk bagaimana pandemi COVID ini merupakan kegiatan bersama, kolaborasi bersama sehingga baik dari tokoh agama juga bisa kita libatkan. Kemudian juga para ulama diharapkan jadi model dan juru bicara yang baik di komunitas atau kelompok umat. Pencegahan dan pengendalian COVID-19 akan berjalan baik jika semua hal dilakukan lebih disiplin. Ya, ini memang kesadaran kita untuk mendisiplinkan diri ini baik dari kita diri sendiri maupun sekitar lingkungan kita ya. Ini merupakan poin penting bagaimana kita bisa mendapatkan adaptasi kesan baru dalam menghadapi COVID-19 ini. Dan terakhir, keragaman budaya dan agama dijadikan modal kebinekaan dengan mengikuti aturan yang dibuat oleh pemerintah untuk kemajuan bangsa melalui COVID-19. Jadi ini berupa harapan kita bersama, mudah-mudahan kita terus bisa berjuang ya bersama untuk melawan COVID ini, dan Indonesia harus mampu dan harus kuat ya, untuk ke depan, lebih baik di kedepannya. Saya itu Pak yang dapat kami sampaikan. Terima kasih atas perhatiannya. Mohon maaf bila ada kekurangan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi. Om Swastiastu.
Terima kasih Pak Dr. Asral Hassan from the Ministry of Health, the Republic of Indonesia. So you already presented a very clear and important analysis on how we should anticipate this situation due to the increasing number of the victim of the victim of the COVID-19 at these times. So it is very important for us not only you talk about the treaty, testing, tracing, and treatment, but also try to analyze and also introduce any kind of important policies on how we should anticipate this situation in order to be able in a better life for this time and also for the better future. Thank you again, Pak Hassan, Pak Dr. Hassan, for your time and for your keynote speech. Ladies and gentlemen, for the second, Excellencies, the General Director of Hindu Interreligious Affairs, the Ministry of Religions, the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Dr. Trihandoko Seto, Master of Science. Are you already be there, Pak Dr. Seto? So, Pak Dr. Seto, I would like to invite you to deliver your keynote speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, Chairman, also honorable speakers in this meeting. Good morning, Om Swastiastu, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It's very happy this morning for me to attendance in this very important meeting. Yeah, I hear from previous speakers, and then now I will present my simple keynote speech. Yeah, so let me share my slide. I'm sorry. Yeah. Here I will talking about coping with the pandemic from Hindu perspective. Yeah, I'm Trihandoko Seto, Director General of Hindu Community Guidance at the Minister of Religion in the Republic of Indonesia. As we know that in early 2020, last year, the world was shocked by the outbreak of a new virus, yeah, namely a new type of coronavirus or SARS-CoV-2, yeah, and the disease is called coronavirus 2019 or COVID-19. It's known that the origin virus is from Wuhan, but until now we don't know what happened actually is about that virus. And then the problem is the virus is, can attack and transmit from human to human. So it's a very serious problem because usually the virus is transmitted from animal to people. So it's caused a very serious problem in healthy, economic, education, and all of aspect of our activity in the world. Actually, this pandemic is not worse in the world. In Hindu perspective itself, for example, in Lontar Widi Sastra Roga Sangara Gumi, yeah, it's explained that this is the Widi Roga Sangara Gumi literature from the teaching of the legacy of Bhagawan Dharmaloka, the legacy of the glorified teacher rule in Majapahit when he come to Bali, when the earth changed time, Devata left the middle world, returned to Mahameru even, was replaced by Bhuta. Yeah, in Hindu we call it Bhuta. The people on earth were all possessed by Bhuta. So contagious disease, plague unstoppable, human suffering unstoppable, childhood, lost temper, stricken with anxiety, many things died, and so on. The problem is COVID-19. It is a disaster or natural phenomenon. Yeah, I think we have to know this situation. Of course, the disaster is different with the natural phenomenon. Natural phenomenon who affect many advantages, and so it will be called as a disaster. And how Hindu see this problem? In Hindu perspective, yeah, because we talk about Hindu perspective, we believe in Brahman. Yeah, Brahma is God. Yeah, we believe in Brahman, and then so Brahman, the power of Brahman is manifested in Brahman's law or God's law. We call Rata. Yeah, this natural law, this divine law. So in Hindu perspective, we believe in Rata, in natural law, and in divine law. And the manifestation of this law, it is truth. We call Dharma. Yeah, we call Dharma. To implement the Dharma, yeah, we believe in the karma pala law. Yeah, it is what we do and then what will we get. Yeah, the karma pala. Yeah, we believe that's the most impartial and fair law. So, because we believe in karma pala and what we do and then what will we get, so we have to do Rana. Yeah, what's Rana? This we have 3 Rana. Yeah, it means we have to pay 3 debts. Yeah? Actually, for me, it is it will be 5 if we call especially the responsibilities. Yeah, responsibilities or debt to the first is to God. Yeah, why? Because God gave us intelligence. Yeah, God gave us intelligence, and then we have to do some responsibilities to our gurus. Yeah, gurus give us knowledge. Yeah, since we are still a child, and then until now and forever, we always receive some knowledge from gurus. And then the third one is responsibilities to parents. Yeah, why? Because parents give us a good manners and habit. So we have used to use those intelligent knowledge and also good manners and habits to understand natural science and also natural law. Yeah, if we can understand natural science and also natural law, so we can understand what's COVID itself. Yeah, so it's actually this also back to the Rata. Yeah, it is natural law and divine law. This concept from Hindu perspective is a concept to see and to understand the COVID-19 as a phenomenon or as a disaster. Yeah, it depends on our perspective. Because actually, okay, in fact, in reality, we all in the world say that it's pandemic. Pandemic, it means disaster. In Indonesia itself, in our country, pandemic is also a social, non-natural disaster. Yeah, this biological disaster. But in Hindu perspective, we have to understand that there's the consequence of Pertas law. Yeah, so we have to so we have to understand this situation. And so pandemic in Hindu theology is correlated turta. This is not a curse. COVID is not curse. It's just a phenomenon affect our humanity. Yeah, affect our all of aspect of life. Yeah, it's correlated with turta. It's not curse. And we have to aware that actually Bhutakala and God is run in cycle. So actually it's the phenomenon, but yeah, because this cause any disturb, so we call it pandemic or disaster. And actually COVID-19 is like wave and storm. Yeah, it's just like wave and storm. Yeah, if you live in near ocean, maybe we can see that sometimes this very big wave and so human act. Yeah, we know that the healthy living. I'm sorry, is our son clearly here? Because I see some trouble in our connection. Is right? Pak Moderator, how about my connection? Is a problem or is fine? Okay, yeah, it's no problem. Can you hear?
We can hear you.
I'm sorry for the connection trouble. I'm sorry. Okay, I will continue my presentation. Now, can you hear my voice?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. Because I saw some trouble in our connection. Yeah, I will continue my presentation. We know that healthy living include some elements. Yeah, for example, physical, emotional, social, intellectual, and spiritual. And some Hindu scholars argue that cleansing the body, mind, soul, and mind works together. So, in our Vedic Manawa Dharma Sastra, said that Abdir Gatrani Chudayanti, Manah Setyanya Chudayanti, Widyata Obyam Bratatatma, Bodir Jananina Chudayanti. It means the body is cleansed with water, the mind is cleansed with the honesty, the soul is cleansed with knowledge, and nose or intellect is cleansed with wisdom. So it is our perspective to coping the pandemic, because actually a pandemic is not depend on the physical, but also mind. Yeah, we know that happiness is also a contribute to coping the pandemic, and we have also Ayurvedic. Yeah, there's 3 elements of Ayurvedic. The first is the Sattvika Ahara. It means that not just any food is good for health, but also food which is good and beneficial for the body. Yeah. Also, and then second is Vihara, namely behaving naturally. For example, sleeping enough, not eating late, unless during fasting, of course. Not being close to people with contagious disease, etc.
Maaf memotong Pak, untuk presentasinya tidak ditampilkan di layar nggih?
Oh, nggak kelihatan ya?
Iya.
Sorry.
Iya.
Sorry, I forgot to share my screen again. Yeah. Yeah. In Ayurvedic, we have 3 elements. The first is Satvikahara, and then the Vihara, and then Ausada. Yeah. These 3 elements of Ayurvedic, we believe that can cope the pandemic. Yeah. So we have to manage our food. Yeah, with food, it's good and beneficial for the body, and then we have to behave naturally. Yeah, we have to sleep enough, and not eating late, and so on. Yeah, and not being close to people with contagious disease. And then Ausada is very important. Yeah, we have to regularly consume herbal medicine. In Bali, we call loloh. Yeah, made from plant. Yeah. Yeah, it's very important. In addition, the body also needs to be cared for with the balance of movement of energy circulation of prana to the body, among others. By exercising in Hinduism, we can call this by doing yoga asanas and pranayama regularly. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, there are many susastra or many literature in Hindu in comparison with how to cope the pandemic. In Lontar Anda Kecacar, for example, yeah, during the pandemic, it is prohibited to make a big upacara, yeah, because for example during the Galungan, Kuningan, and so on. Actually, we have to stop the big procession in that. Yeah, it's clearly set in our Vedic literature. Yeah, so pandemic and natural cycle. Yeah, we know that in 1918, for example, there is a Spanish flu pandemic. Yeah. It is very, very serious pandemic, and because of that, there is a World Health Revolution. Yeah, and now we have actually good enough for health facility. But now, and then its cycle is repeated again. Yeah, we call it COVID, and then we have to change our mind about how to make balanced life. Yeah, of course. Yeah, yeah. This has a purpose. Yeah, when it come. Yeah, yeah. And we talk about Reta, Rena, Karma Pala, and Trita Karana. So no welfare can be achieved if the relationship with one another is not balanced. If we, for example, we can say the patron, client, or one exploit to the other. In Rig Veda, yeah, we can see that sanah piteva sunave gene supayano bava sutas fanah swastaye. It means let us approach the earth tenderly, like a father to his son. May you always be with us. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it is our simple presentation about Hindu perspective, yeah, in coping pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Dr. Trihandoko Seto from the General Director of Hindu Religious Affairs, the Minister of Religion and of the Republic of Indonesia, for your outstanding keynote speech, who already analyzed the concept or relationship between man, God, and nature. And I think this is very useful and will give us insight to analyze this recent situation due to the increasing problem of the pandemic. Again, thank you very much for your time, Pak Dr. Trihandoko. No? Yeah.
Thank you for the speech and the insights. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to our main program, plenary session, who will be led by our moderator, Professor Dr. Yekti Maunati. Ms. Yekti is a research professor, a part of the Regional Research Center, Indonesian Institute of Science, and obtained his PhD at the Department of Sociology and Anthropology, La Trobe University, Melbourne, Australia in 2001. For Ms. Yekti, the time is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. We have actually before we should have 4, but because Professor Wenzel already gave his presentations early, so we only have 3 speaker and 1 discussion. So the first one is Professor Dr. Hakam Bolarchi from the Haran University. And second one is Professor Dr. Kim Yek-Yung from the Busan University of Foreign Studies. And the third one will be Professor Amanjiva Lohan from the University of Delhi. And the discussion is Dr. Vicky Sofyan from University of Gajah Mada, Yogyakarta. And everybody will have around 20 minutes for the presentation. And I would like to invite the first one is Professor Dr. Haran Bolarchi from the Haran University. So read his just little bit of his CV. So he is actually also the president of ICIIS, so if International Federation of Social Organizations. So he is the president of IPSO, and he's a sociologist. So he will talk about the society and religions in the COVID-19 pandemic, Muslim response. So he will have 20 minutes for your presentation. So time is your, Professor Hakam, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Yekti, for this introduction. And of course, I thank you very much for all the organizing committee and Universitas Hindu Indonesia for organizing this very important conference at this time. And on behalf of IPSO, I also would like to convey my best wishes and thanks to other partners and all the participants of this conference. I really feel sorry I couldn't be at the opening of the conference because here is already 5 a.m. in the early morning, and I heard that Professor Bozkurt he didn't sleep and he waited for this to present his paper. So I would also deliver my talk. It is a kind of research that we did recently, and I will try to summarize it for you. And of course, you can read the publication later anytime you like. So let me share this. So my topic is society and religion in the COVID-19 pandemic, a Muslim response, since it is very related to the topic of the conference today, because it is intercultural and interreligious perspectives. We had here a beautiful paper from the previous speaker on the idea of Hindu and the Hindu religious perspective of COVID-19. And I hope this gives us some insights how Muslims think about COVID-19. So we did a small research on this, and we checked the COVID-19 and the Muslim response. The problem is during the COVID-19 pandemic, many practices, many worship services stopped, as you know, because of the COVID-19. And you see on the picture, the Kaaba, Mecca, the place of Muslims, is empty. Maybe after many years, it is first time that we see it is empty. So this is really interesting, and we try to understand how people perceive this. So the many churches, as we said, is not only the mosques, of course, church, synagogues, and others, temples, they were all closed, and now we are doing a kind of Zoom worship. So how this Zoom worship, how this online worship, and etc. Puts its effect on social and economic and psychological challenges during the pandemic. So the aim is the aim of the study is to analyze the pandemic's effects on religious belongings, the level of belief, and the spiritual practices in Turkish society. So this is a kind of example. We choose Turkey. Actually, we had another paper which concentrates on Pakistan, and this is also Turkish. Maybe in the close future, I know Professor Yekti and Ketut and some other professors may be interested in to do the same study or similar study in Indonesia. Then we can have an opportunity to have a comparative study. We have the questionnaire, we have the survey and everything. Maybe we can collaborate in the close future and publish in a good journal. And in the journal of Hindu University, I think will be interested in this. So, and I will give some ideas because our paper's topic is the response of Muslims, a Muslim response. So I will also give some information about how the Muslims perceive the COVID-19 pandemic. And also the methodology is we had a questionnaire and there were 579 participants. It is selected from the general Turkish population. But of course, we should increase the number of the participants. So this, as I said, this is kind of a start, and we should of course make some bigger data, as Professor Veysel did in Turkey. His work is the largest work in Turkey actually. So the main question of this paper is how people perceive this. Is it God's punishment, COVID-19, or is it a test or a warning? So in these challenging times, society's level of religious are changing. So this is a kind of question. And our proposal is spirituality or religion, of course, in our case is Islam, is linked to many important aspects of human behavior, such as having positive relationships with people, having self-confidence, being more optimistic, and having strong goals in life. So we build our hypothesis on this. So the question, here is a very interesting question. Before we go into the details about our survey that we did, it's because there were about 60 questions, and I will not, of course, talk about all the questions and all the responses. They can be on our, you can see it on the paper. But the question is, can the power of prayer alone stop a pandemic like the coronavirus? So this is something, this is a really interesting question, I believe. In Muslim tradition, in Islam, the prayer has actually two sorts. One is active and by disposition, as it's very similar to Hindu religion, of course, and as I have listened to previous talk, in the previous talk, and the other is verbal and with the heart. Yes, we open our hands to God to pray for any kind of need that we want to achieve, and then for the coronavirus, of course. But at the same time, washing your hands is also a prayer, a kind of prayer. So this is washing your hands is an active prayer by disposition, and opening your hands to God and praying verbally or with your heart is a verbal prayer, we can say. So if you look from this perspective, let's go into a little bit detail in this. Of course, if you have an exam tomorrow, for example, if you're a student and you have an exam, that means you have to study today, and you should get ready. But if you only open your hands and pray God and say, oh my God, I want to have a very good results from my exam, of course it will not be accepted because you didn't pray. You left half of your prayers, which is active prayers, that is studying for your exam. So it actually, or farming, for example, if you do a good farming and if you put all together the causes to have good fruits or good vegetables in your farm, you should work for it. You should do all the causes, bring them together. So it is a kind of knocking the door of the mercy of God, actually. So, and this prayer, this kind of prayers is generally accepted, because you bring all the necessary needs together. And the second part of the prayer, as I said, verbal prayer or with your heart, is the tongue and the heart. So you do your work, you do your all kind of causes together, because the causes are also created by God. Then you can start praying. Actually, at the same time, you should pray from your heart. Yes, I do this planting, or I do this study, and at the same time, in Islamic understanding, of course, I'm talking about, should know all the healing is coming from God. So this is something really important in Islamic Muslim understanding. For example, I would like to give an idea from Prophet's life, which is, Prophet Muhammad said, if you hear of an outbreak or plague like COVID-19 or pandemic in a land, do not enter it. But if the plague outbreaks out in a place while you are in it, do not leave that place. It is actually quarantine that we are talking today, in the news, social distance, hygiene, and of course wearing masks. So actually here what you see, Prophet Muhammad doesn't only say that, okay, if there's an outbreak or pandemic, go and pray and do nothing. No, he says stay at home or stay where you are, do not go out, do not come in if there's a pandemic. So this is really important. And the prayers, and again, Prophet Muhammad said, if people have diseases, should be kept away from those who are healthy. Of course, these are the diseases which is transmitted from human to human. And also, this is something really interesting. So this is kind of social distance. And let's go to the hygiene. Hygiene is, there's a saying of Prophet Muhammad, again, cleanliness is part of our faith. So everyone should be clean. We can think of washing our hands, Again, another saying of Prophet Muhammad, wash your hands after you wake up. You do not know where your hands have moved while you sleep. And the blessing of food lie in washing hands before and after eating. So these are really important today's understanding of hygiene in combating with COVID-19. And another story, again, Prophet's life, because I am talking about these things to give a glimpse at the response of a Muslim to COVID-19 pandemic. One day, Prophet Muhammad noticed a man leaving his camel without tying it. So, in those moments, there were camels, they were horses and camels they were using as today's cars. So, and the man just left his camel without tying. And Prophet Muhammad asked to him, why don't you tie down your camel? And the Bedouin is, the person who is coming from outside of the city. And he answered, I put my trust in God, so I don't tie my camel. And the Prophet then said, tie your camel first, then put your trust in God. So that should come together. Yes, Prophet Muhammad says, you should trust in God, of course, but at the same time, you should tie your camel. You should wash your hands. You should take a social distance. So this is something really interesting. And Prophet Muhammad encouraged people to seek guidance in their religion, but he hoped they take basic precautionary measures for the stability, safety, or well-being of all, or anything. In other words, he hoped people would use their common sense. So our hypothesis in our study is pandemic has a significant impact on the faith and religiosity of the societies. Until here, I just wanted to give a glimpse from a Muslim perspective. And now we create our hypothesis. So Muslims perceive the COVID-19 pandemic as a sign from God and have different attitudes on this sign. And concerning religious beliefs, people's resilience is very important. During the pandemic, has a strong relationship with religious belongings, the level of faith, religious and spiritual practices. So we had, as I said, our participants are 579 participants. Most of them are young people between the age of 20 and 29. And male and female, as always, female responses more than male to our survey. And their education level is, most of them are from the university level, and we have master's, doctorates, and some kind of 13% of others. Most of the participants in Turkey, the question is, I feel God's presence. So this is very related to faith of people. And we see 61 and 61 people, percent of the participants are, they say many times a day, and 22%. So that means that more than 80% they remember and they feel God's presence. So that shows us the religiosity is high in Turkey in this sense. And another question is also an interesting question, is I find strength in my religion and spirituality. So again, we see here like blue and 25. If you bring them together, that means again 80% of more than 80% of people are finding strength in their religion or spirituality. So why we ask these questions? There are many other questions. It's a kind of scale of religiosity scale, and we have another scale, hopelessness scale, and also resilience scale. So here, what we see, I look forward to future with hope and enthusiasm. Is, as you see, it is nearly to 80%. That means those who are believing in God and they feeling the presence of God. That means, of course, we did this in Turkey, and more than 90% are Muslims. So the God means here Muslims, God, which is Allah, and here more than about 80% are looking their future in with hope during COVID-19 pandemic. And here again, another question is, my future seems dark to me. Again, you see more than 86% people responded no or false. So that means religiosity has a good correlation with hopelessness. So if a person has a strong faith, has a strong hope from future. So again, here you see, I have a great faith in the future. This is another question. More than 80% responded as true. So the results, I don't want to take your time much in this. I will, of course, give the resources to you, and I can share my presentation. The results are pandemic has a significant impact on the faith and religiosity of the societies. Religion has a strong impact on resilient behavior and reduces hopelessness even on a global scale. Those who are most closely associated with God's supremacy reported to have less anxiety and depression as well as frustration. So this is our recent article on this, resilience and hopelessness, exploring the mediator role of spirituality in the global situation of COVID-19. This article published in journal Kajian Wilayah of LIPI from Indonesia. Thanks to the journal editor and of course referees. And a new article that I presented actually will be published very soon in Turkey, and I can share the link you can see here to reach and read the publication. My suggestion is to Professor Yekti and Professor Ketit and all the organizing team, if anybody is interested in to work the same article, because we did this for Pakistan and for Turkey, and I believe if we do this for Indonesia, and we can have an opportunity to compare Pakistan, Turkey, and Indonesia, and I believe there will be very interesting results. So this is my suggestion, and thank you very much again for giving us this opportunity to present my paper. And I would love to visit Bali soon after the pandemic. Everyone has a to-do list after pandemic. My to-do list is to go to Bali first. So I really would love to see you in person, and of course I do invite you to Turkey to to our city, as many of you have been here before, but I think there are some other folks haven't been to Turkey yet. So again, you have a second home in Turkey. You are most welcome. So thank you very much. Oh, I can stop this. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, so can you, okay, thank you very much, Professor Harkan. It's very, very interesting and very, very good result. So I think we can hope that with the religious belief, we can be stronger. So thank you so much, but I will collect the question later on. So I will continue with the second presentation.
Buyakti?
Second presentation will be Professor Dr. Kim Yakyum, and he's from the Busan University.
Buyakti, you're still on a mute.
Yeah. Hello, Pak Adi. So can you, Pak Adi, put the Professor Kim presentation? It's in the recording. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much.
Halo Bu Yekti. Ya,
Yes.
Bu Yekti. Ya, Prof. Amarjiwa will present first before
Okay. Then. Okay. So, yeah, Professor Amarjiwa Lohan is a professor and the deputy dean in the University International Relations in the University of Delhi. So he will talk about the normally yours and normal we are. So it's very interesting title. So time is I stripped a little bit of your CV. So so you're interested in the Indian diaspora and Indic elements in Southeast Asia, and you are also the president of Southeast Asian Association for the study. For Southeast Asian Association for the study of culture and religion. So and you actually you also have a lot of publication, but I cannot read it all. So you will have time, 20 minutes also. So time is your, Professor.
Thank you, Om Swastiastu. This is a great pleasure to join two different continents, people from many parts of the world, along with people in Bali. And this pandemic, which we call, has suffered mostly, not we have suffered. This is my hypothesis. The pandemic has suffered. We have not suffered. We have to see our world of suffering is a suffering of the problems, not for us. And for this organization, for today's to give me an opportunity. I'm very grateful to Prof. Ardana and Prof. Imade Damriasa. And I'm very happy to see my younger brother, Prof. Tri Handok Sato, the new Dirjen, and so many other people who gave me this opportunity to be here. I want to say in the beginning, this is the century of Asia. And when you see South Asia and Southeast Asia, you find the pandemic of COVID-19, which I never call COVID-19, I call novel coronavirus 19 by its medicinal or technical name, that it has been forecast by people globally that it will be the most affected area of people dying and getting corona crisis. We have seen the beginning from Iran. Numbers were going high and high all the time. Then Pakistan, then India, then crisis in Bangladesh, then we saw Indonesia, then we saw Singapore, and we saw Malaysia. But this forecast of suffering was soon gone away. Why it has happened in this part of the world is very rightly spoken by Dirjan, that we are people of Trihita Karana. Our inbuilt concept of Suchi is not only limited to washing of the hands, but we are much more into the cleanliness of our mind and behavior. So this behavior, this cleaning of mind has been taught to us from the beginning all the time. And this has been very important for us to understand when the major countries in the world have been suffering in spite of so many medical facilities, so many advancement in modern science of health. They could not cope up with the situation. As you see, we only hear wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, but these waves have no effect in this part of the world. Why? Why it is so? This viral massacre, why it is not killing so many people? The previous speaker also mentioned about the Spanish flu in 1919. That time, people in India who lost their life due to same, and you also must remember that Spanish flu scientifically was the same virus what we have today. It is not very different, H1N1 category. That time also, in India, the number of people who have died has been quite large, much larger than today. But my humble submission is that the world is talking about the new normal in everyday's life, work, office going, teaching, learning, and dealing with the people to people. They are all talking about the new life of new normalcy. But we are not. We have been normal all the time. We have been normally behaving by our practice of Suchi, of Manasa, Karma, and Karma Phala. All these things have been together working very hard for us to understand. The impact of our belief in controlled food habit, avoiding junk food, avoiding certain product which we have always seen is never part of our daily life. For us, the boiled medicinal type of garlic and ginger type of preparation, the food habit made us safe from this crisis. I would especially mention here one particular spice which has helped both India and Indonesia along with many other countries in Southeast Asia, and that is turmeric. Turmeric has been part of our daily food habit in the cooking. I just read 4 days ago a report where they say a particular type of protein has not been that developed in Indian and Indonesian people's blood because that is helping multiplying of the virus. It is rampant available in other Western countries, people's DNA and blood, not ours. So this situation of our old traditional practice, belief in the system and control of the habits have combined together to think and rethink. Now it is good lesson for our young people in our area. The young people would look into this aspect that why it is so much important to believe the recipe, the styles and ideas of life as given by our ancestors, especially I'm referring to our Hindu fraternity. We have seen that they talk about cleanliness in the mind. Uh, Dirijan was also mentioning about the respect to Guru, respect to Prathavi, the respect to our nature. This respect means what? Care, non extra use, taking care of the fertility of the soil, taking care the plants are not hurt. In our cultural habit, we do not touch, we do not pluck out the tree and leaves in the sunset after in the night. We believe they are sleeping. Is this only a question of sleeping of the plant? No. It is just showing extra care towards those who could not speak, like plants and animals. That's why our life, we do not need to have a new normal. This is my concept. We have been normal and we have to learn continuation of normal life, which we have learned from our grandfather, grandmother, and ancestors. Coming back to the fact of prayer and effect, many of us spoke and then they said the prayer is important, but prayer does not help. I will say in contrast, prayer does help. It gives you a mental power to fight the battle against pandemic or any health crisis which affects the modern times of 21st century. If you have a belief that you can swim across the ocean or a river, you can, that belief comes only when you have mental strength, and this is the power of spirituality which gives you that mental strength. I have seen in India, in this kind of corona crisis, people who have almost lost the hope of revival. They could revive. It was very much rightly spoken by our speakers. Pranayama helped saving thousands and thousands of lives. This is very important aspect of our learning, that our ancient practice of breathing in and out and exercise, how it has affected positively in our life, and those things have to be continued without thinking as a religion, without thinking as a special areas advice. We should learn that this is a body which does not have any religion. When we talk about suffering of a body, human body, it is not a body of A or B or C. It is a physical condition of one soul stuck into the body, which can be Muslim, Hindu, Christian, or any. But when we have to take care of this body, we have to look into those aspects to make it stronger by your belief, by your practice, and then you can understand what it has been there. The number of second wave of the pandemic, it was told that we will have 1 million people die only in Indonesia. This kind of propaganda of newspaper, especially coming from the Western world, is highly deplorable. We do know that the people meeting in crowd spreads the disease. Hakam was speaking on the same subject that Prophet also said when it is a situation, because the Prophet has seen in his own life the condition of plague, and during that plague he gave the advice that do not mix and mingle up. But now it is very unfortunate. Our religious leaders do not go by the real advice of our forefathers. They talk about entering by force into masjid. I saw many in Pakistan and India entering and giving a speech. Nothing will happen. You come and hug each other, hug each other. 16,000 people got affected in only Pakistan in 5 days because of this. 35,000 got affected in New Delhi when Tablighi Jamaat people just ignored the advice of Prophet. Forget about the advice of other religion, but you should have forgotten never about your own Prophet. We have to come out of these religious boundaries to treat, to make us understand that we are together. And this is the time when we have to work together. Half of Turkey onwards is Asia. I strongly advise, I strongly advocate, this is the time we look into our ancient tradition of medicinal plants. We have to never delay, because if we delay, there will be American shops coming like a body shop, selling the product of our ancient plant and packaging, repackaging and giving a name, and you buy the same thing in $1 to $200. We have to look into medicinal heritage. Osada Bali, Ayurveda India has such a great consonance, great relation. It can never be forgotten that we are the same. The old Lontar, our Dirijan was mentioning, old Lontar of Singaraja's collection, you can find that discuss about this. The Javanese literature in also can give so many products which can make you look into the common heritage, scientific value of this medicinal plant, which will help not only pandemic. Pandemic is a small thing, very small thing. It has a cycle. Last time in Spanish flu, it took exactly 14 months to start and end. This time also 14 months. It will never go more than that. So I hope with these words, I can express my happiness saying that it is a good time to get connected, forget about religious rivalry, forget about humanity's being suffering, think of commonness, think of coexistence, and then see your health, your future will be together and very togetherly, very happily will be helping each other. That's why I say, I am yours normally, not sincerely, normally yours. Normal we are. Suksamoge.
Thank you very much, Professor Lohan. It's very interesting. Yeah, we should look at, actually in Indonesia, we also, rely on the traditional herbal medicine, like you say, Ayurveda. It's very interesting, yeah. Yeah, so we'll collect for the question later. So now the third speaker will be, as I mentioned before, it's a Professor Dr. Kim Ye-kyung from the Busan University of Foreign Studies. So he will talk about the lesson learned from South Korea in coping with the COVID-19. So, but as I mentioned previously, it will be based on the record. So, Pak Adi, can you start to do the recording because it's a holiday for him. So,
Okay,
okay,
we're ready. Have the video.
okay, thank you.
My name is Yekyum Kim. I'm teaching at the Faculty of Southeast Asian Studies, Busan University of Foreign Studies, South Korea. I'd like to express my sincere thanks to the organizer for inviting me to this conference. A special thanks goes to Professor Gotu Ardana for having me here. I'm supposed to present this paper on Zoom in real time, but instead I record the paper and play on Zoom. It is because today, the 11th of February, is the beginning of the biggest holiday in Korea, the Lunar New Year. Due to COVID-19, I intended to stay in Busan where I'm staying, but my father is old and sick, so I thought this year could be the last family gathering for my father. Moreover, the COVID-19 got somehow stabilized recently, so we have decided together to celebrate the Lunar New Year together. For this reason, I recorded the paper and have it played. I hope you can understand my situation. Anyway, today I will talk about some lessons learned from South Korea in coping with the COVID-19 pandemic. COVID-19 has spread across the entire globe since it was first identified in December 2019. As of 8 February 2021, around the globe, more than 105 million infection cases have been confirmed, with more than 2.3 million deaths in connection with COVID-19. As of the same date, Korea witnessed a cumulative total of 81,185 infection cases and 1,474 deaths since 20 January last year. The aim of the presentation is to examine experiences of South Korea in the shadow of the COVID-19 pandemic since January 2020. It also tries to draw lessons from South Korea in coping with the pandemic. In doing so, it poses as an informative account of the ways South Korea has coped with the COVID-19 pandemic, rather than as a comparative case study or as a theoretical analysis of the pandemic phenomena. The presentation consists of the followings. First, I will try to review the development of the COVID-19 pandemic in South Korea since 20 January 2020. Then I will move on to talk about some alarming challenges South Korea has faced and its countermeasures to the COVID-19 pandemic. Having said that, I will discuss some dilemmas in relation to critical issues of the countermeasures. Then I will try to draw lessons from experiences of South Korea in the shadow of the COVID-19 pandemic. First, the development of the COVID-19 pandemic in South Korea. Most of the data in this section were taken from a governmental organization, that is, Korea Disease Control and Prevention Agency. In Korea, the very first COVID-19 case was confirmed on 20 February 2020. As you can see in the graph, Korea has undergone 3 waves of COVID-19. The first one in March last year, the second one in September last year, and the third one in January this year. Now the situation has been somehow stabilized again. As of 8 February 2021, this year, the total cumulative confirmed cases are 81,185 with more than 1,474 deaths. Now 4,583 are still quarantined. The table shows the cumulative confirmed cases by gender. According to the table, Korean males and females are similarly affected by COVID-19. As you can see in the graph for the recent daily confirmed cases, recently the confirmed cases are more or less between 200 and 400 daily. Secondly, some alarming challenges. As in many other countries all over the world, there are some alarming challenges in the shadow of the COVID-19 pandemic. The first alarming challenge is concerned with age. In general, the confirmed cases are usually found in the age groups above 30. Moreover, fatality rate tends to get significantly high in the age groups above 70. The age group above 80 shows the highest fatality rate, that is 20.7%. The second alarming challenge is related to area. The confirmed cases are not evenly found across the Korean peninsula. The confirmed cases are concentrated in the capital areas such as Seoul, Gyeonggi, and Incheon. About 61% of the confirmed cases are found in the capital areas. Infection route is another alarming challenge. As you can see in the diagram, around 40% is mass infection in hospitals, clubs, or religious facilities. 8% consists of overseas inflow. 7% is comprised of a religious group, Shincheonji related infection. However, what is worth note-taking is 19% under investigation. This indicates a blind spot in the middle of preventive actions against the COVID-19 pandemic. The next alarming challenge stems from overseas inflow. Ironically, Korea has never blocked the borders even in the shadow of the COVID-19 pandemic. Due to the governmental policy, as you can see in the graph, by infection route, Korea daily witnesses more or less between 20 and 50 overseas inflows confirmed cases. As you can see in the table, overseas inflow of Asian and American origin shows the highest ratio, 44.9% and 32.7%. However, according to the table, 54.7% of them are Koreans living abroad. not foreigners. It seems some Koreans living abroad tend to come back with a view to a better condition in the shadow of the COVID-19 pandemic. The recent alarming challenge is a number of variant coronavirus all over the world. So far, there are more or less 3 major reported variant COVID-19. Variant in the UK, spreading in 50 countries, variant in South Africa, spreading in 20 countries, and variant in Brazil. Variant COVID-19 is reportedly more contagious and more rapidly transmitting. It is reported that vaccines, especially AstraZeneca, would be less effective than expected against variant COVID-19. As I mentioned earlier, Korea has undergone 3 waves of COVID-19. The first one in March last year, the second one in September last year, and the third one in January this year. Even though the current situation is somewhat stabilized again, a number of experts give warning that there would be the first wave of COVID-19 in the coming March or April this year. Now, I will move on to talk about Korea's countermeasures against the COVID-19 pandemic. First, in the very beginning of the COVID-19 outbreak in Korea, Korea government came up with 3 principles: transparency, openness, and democracy. These principles have fundamentally paved a value-related way for Korea's countermeasures. Transparency. Korea has given a detailed briefing on the development of COVID-19 since the beginning of the pandemic. Sometimes it is too detailed. As you might know, Korea was the worst affected country outside China in February 2020. So ironically, we even felt like please hide the number of the confirmed cases. But I think it was a good decision to be transparent about the COVID-19 outbreak. Openness. After the COVID-19 situation had somehow stabilized in Korea in April last year, overseas inflow of COVID-19 infection became a big issue in Korea. Back then, it was a time that countries around the world tried to lock down the borders. On the contrary to this, Korean government had decided not to lock down the borders. Instead, it intensified countermeasures at the borders. For example, on 7 March 2020, it launched an application to manage people under a 14-day self-quarantine after entering into Korea. And Korean government quickly began operating several accommodations for self-quarantine near the airports. The process was rather quick because in many cases, local government-owned properties were used for the accommodations. Democracy. I believe the philosophy of democracy has generated what is called K-quarantine, which became a very famous term recently. K-quarantine is a strategic term introduced in early 2020 by the Korean Ministry of Health and Welfare to describe the countermeasures against the rapid spread of COVID-19. It is known as 3T strategy: testing, tracing, treatment. I think the Korean government was successful in coping with the COVID-19 pandemic in cooperation with non-governmental sectors such as universities, institutes, and ICT companies. Without non-governmental sectors, the K-quarantine or the 3T strategy was not possible. Korea was the first country to develop COVID-19 testing kit in the early stage of the pandemic. It was by the end of February 2020. It was a result of prompt cooperation among government, medical companies, and universities. The existence of testing kit changed the game since March last year. Now Korea is the top exporter of COVID-19 testing kits. The Korean government also quickly adopted innovative ideas of countermeasures against COVID-19 from the non-governmental sectors. One of the well-known countermeasures is COVID-19 drive-through testing. It was introduced by the end of February 2020. The COVID-19 drive-through testing soon generated another innovative countermeasure called COVID-19 walk-through testing. The facilities were placed mostly at the airports or hospitals. Now it seems the Korean government focuses on herd immunity with the help of vaccination and COVID-19 medical treatment. Korea has secured COVID-19 vaccines: AstraZeneca, Moderna, Pfizer, Janssen for 77 million people, which is far enough for the population of Korea. It was possible at the early stage because Korea is geared to produce vaccines under the system of contract manufacturing. The first vaccination will kick off on 26 February 2021. The first vaccine will be AstraZeneca. In principle, vaccination is free of charge, but you cannot select. On top of that, Korea expects Korean vaccines at the end of this year. Korea was one of the pioneer countries to develop COVID-19 medicine. The first COVID-19 treatment was approved on 5 February this year. This has been developed and produced by a Korean medical company, Celltrion. With the vaccination and COVID-19 medicine, herd immunity in Korea is expected by November this year. Now, I will turn to say something about dilemmas South Korea has faced in coping with the COVID-19 pandemic. In spite of Korea's successful countermeasures against COVID-19, there are seemingly some dilemmas in the current pandemic situation and beyond. The first issue is privacy of people. As I mentioned earlier, K-quarantine is represented by what is called 3T strategy: testing, tracing, treatment. It was possible thanks to the ICT technology in Korea. For example, when you go into a public place like restaurant, then you are asked to present your own QR code. so your daily activities are traced, even though the record is securely encrypted as big data. However, there is also a danger that people's privacy may be at stake for the sake of what is called common interest. The debate is still going on in Korea. Another critical issue is concerned with the potential violation of socio-economic rights for the sake of COVID-19 countermeasures. So far, Korea has never locked down a city, even in the middle of chaotic turmoil. However, Korea adopted another measure, that is to limit business hours of clubs, cafes, and restaurants to 9 p.m. at night. The number of participants of religious gathering is also limited to 20% of the available seats. Since the beginning of the third wave in January this year, all forms of social gatherings is limited to 5 persons. The strict measure was proved effective so that the third wave has stabilized. Even so, there are a number of tasks to solve the potential violation of socio-cultural and socio-economic rights. What is called vaccine nationalism is also a big ethical issue in Korea. As I mentioned earlier, Korea has secured COVID-19 vaccines for 77 million people, which is far enough for the population of Korea. However, there are also ethical voices stating that herd immunity inside Korea is not enough to go back to normal life, and we need to deal with the pandemic at the global level. For this reason, there are people suggesting that Korea needs to pay more attention to a global risk-sharing mechanism such as COVAX facility, the Vaccine Alliance for equitable distribution of COVID-19 vaccines, especially in the developing countries. Having said the development of COVID-19 in South Korea, some alarming challenges, countermeasures, and some dilemmas. Lastly, I will try to draw lessons from experiences of South Korea. First, I do believe that the principle of transparency, openness, and democracy is a key fundamental measure in coping with any kinds of disease pandemic. As I mentioned earlier, it worked marvelously in the shadow of the COVID-19 pandemic, at least in Korea. Secondly, K-quarantine strategy. As I stated earlier, the 3T strategy, testing, tracing, treatment, has already become an international standard. Korea learned a lesson from its critical experiences of MERS in 2015. From then on, Korea developed the system of K-quarantine and the 3T strategy. I do believe that if we also learn from this COVID-19 situation, we will certainly be better at coping with another type of pandemic in the future. Thirdly, thanks to the ICT-based technology, the success of the K-quarantine and the 3T strategy was possible. As I pointed out earlier, even though there are critical issues on privacy violation I believe we need to be geared to face another type of pandemic in the future. In this regard, ICT-based technology will be a great asset for all of us. Fourthly, National Health Insurance Service was a savior in the shadow of the pandemic. Koreans pay high tax for the national insurance, but I think now many of Koreans came to realize the significance of the National Health Service Health Insurance Service. For example, given an example of medical expenses for COVID-19 treatment in the States and Korea, it is much cheaper in Korea than in the States. It would be, the cost would be around 35,000 US dollars in the States, while it is only 40 US dollars in Korea, thanks to the National Health Insurance Service in Korea. Last but not least, we need to pay attention to the roles of local media in the shadow of this kind of social emergency. In Korea, in the shadow of the COVID-19 pandemic, local media played a significant role to share information of COVID-19, especially for the elderly who are not good at using smartphone. As a result, for example, the Korean broadcasting system has increased the broadcasting time of local news from 10 minutes to 40 minutes. The organizational rights of the local news has been also passed over to the local level. Having said all this, I hope that the year of 2021 will be better than the year of 2020 without the COVID-19 pandemic. So stay healthy and stay safe until we all hear the news of global herd immunity of COVID-19. Thank you for your listening. Hope to see you in near future at some other events. If you have any questions regarding this presentation or about Korea or about Busan, my place, please contact me at the email address shown in the screen. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Kim Yek-kyung. So as mentioned by him, so if you have any question, because I saw Dia Ambarwati is asking questions, so you can email him. But no, before I collect all the questions, so the last speaker will be Dr. Diki Sofian from the Indonesian Consortium for Religious Studies, the University of Gajah Mada. So Dr. Diki will be the discussion for this panel. So you have 15 minutes for your time.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Yekti, for moderating this very important
Diki, so please, time is yours.
Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, thank you very much, Professor Yekti Maunati, for this opportunity to discuss some of the issues that have been raised during this panel. Most of the keynote speakers and panelists members did present a lot of very interesting and insightful analysis and experiences based on their own context in India, in Turkey, in South Korea, Indonesia, and so on. I think the first thing I would just like to state is one of the reasons why this topic is important is because we are dealing with at least 85 to 90% of the world population. We know based on the data from the Pew Research and all, that there are at least 85 to 90% of people in this planet who believe in religion, God, and or a universal spirit. Meaning to say that we are dealing with the perspective, the opinions, the analysis, and the experiences of at least 85 to 90% of people in this world. So I think how we as religious scholars and social analysts analyzing religion becomes quite imperative. So that's the first thing I just like to say. The second thing is religion or the religious communities have, for the past year or so, have been sort of a target of criticism, meaning to say that a lot of religious people have been victims or are part of the problem when it comes to conspiracy theories. We have found a number of conspiracy theories relating to religion and religious communities. One of them being, of course, that this COVID-19 pandemic is part of the sort of God's plan prior to the coming of Judgment Day or the end of days. And then some have also seen that the wearing of the mask is somehow related to the tradition of satanic cults. And hence there have been a lot of conservative religious people who have refused to wear masks. We have also seen this phenomenon quite expansively in the US. And it happens so that most of these conservative religious people were indeed supporters of the late, or I should say the previous President Donald Trump. Secondly, religion and religious communities have also been sort of seen as what they call super spreaders, or people who have been responsible for a number of high infection rates. And I think one of our speakers from India mentioned the Jamaah Tablighi, yeah, who were considered as one of the groups, one of the Muslim groups who were engaging in congregational prayers and gatherings en masse in India, Malaysia, and Indonesia. I'd also like to say that the COVID-19 or the new novel coronavirus does not discriminate, that it does not discriminate between those who are religious and those who are non-religious or less religious. It also does not discriminate against race or ethnicity, but then it does discriminate against those who suffer from comorbidities, yeah, people who suffer from pulmonary problems, asthma, diabetes, and so on and so forth. As our speaker from Korea mentioned that there are many mass infections happening around the world, and one of the reasons for this has been, large gatherings and intermingling of people, and also the inflows of tourists coming into Korea, and so on and so forth. There's also a very delicate issue of the securitization of the pandemic. I think we have seen this in Indonesia, in the US, in India, in Turkey, perhaps to a lesser extent in other places. But for instance, in Indonesia, one of the main players in the government's resolve in handling the COVID-19 pandemic has been the central role of the National Intelligence Agency, or BIN, in this case. Yeah? And I think in a number of countries, this has also been a case in point. So I think there is this very important aspect of securitization, which relates to the issue of surveillance, which relates to the issue of privacy, and also political and religious freedoms. And I think we need to be very vigilant and aware of this issue and problem, as it does relate ultimately to how we conceive of this idea of the new normal, if we ever do reach that point of the new normal. So I think these are some of the issues that we need to discuss again and again. And I think the role of religion is very clear, as we have heard from our speakers from Turkey, for instance, Hakan and Vezal, that there are traditions and there are religious practices in Islam, and also what had been presented by the Hindu Director General from the Hindu tradition, that there are practices and rituals that are connected directly in terms of how it could contribute to the lessening of the infection rates among religious people and congregations. I think the last thing I would just like to say is that one of the important aspects of what we have learned during this 1-year COVID-19 pandemic is that we need to collaborate. Yeah, we need to collaborate more and understand that this COVID-19 pandemic is a multidimensional problem, an issue for all of us, for all of the human race. And I think this requires us to think from multiple ways of looking at problems, meaning to say that we need to seriously gather our thoughts and really engage in multi, inter, and transdisciplinary approaches to our science, to our research, to overcome this COVID-19 pandemic. Because as we know that this problem cannot be resolved only by the medical scientists and researchers, or even the epidemiologists and the pharmacologists, but we need to also engage seriously sociologists, political scientists, religious scholars, psychologists, and even philosophers. Yeah, we need to think about what this COVID-19 pandemic means to the life of human beings on this planet, and why God has allowed this to happen, for instance. Yeah, I mean, if God is all loving and merciful and beneficent, why is God allowing us as human beings, as his own creator, to suffer from this existential threat? The last thing I would just like to say concerns what some of the speakers have highlighted concerning vaccinations. And of course, the vaccination issue raises many important problems of ethics. Yeah, I mean, in many countries, there is a sort of positive list in terms of who are the people in each and respective occupations who would be getting the first round of vaccines. And of course, this highlights the sort of the importance or how the governments around the world view the importance of strategic occupations in society, as opposed to those who occupy less strategic roles in society. Yeah. And of course, this brings the issue of privilege, this brings the issue of power relations, and so on and so forth. And the last issue concerning vaccination and nationalism, I think this is also an important aspect. As I mentioned, that there needs to be more collaboration between and among scientists and researchers, governments and countries, and thus the human beings should ultimately be able to rise to the occasion and be able to resolve this issue of vaccination without having to resort to narrow-minded nationalistic favorism. Thank you very much, Professor Yekti.
Ms. Yekti, you're muted.
Sorry.
Hello?
Hello? Yes?
Yes, okay.
Okay. Can you hear me? Because my connection is not really good. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much. So now it's time for the open for discussion. So, but for question for Professor Kim, I have to go through email. But but question can be to Professor Hakam and Professor Lahan, and also to Dr. Diki Sofian. So I saw the question. The first question is from Ibu Diana Butler, who want to ask a question to Pak Hakam, by Professor Hakam. So please, Ibu Diana, you can unmute your link. Hello, Ibu Diana. Putri, can you unmute? Yeah. Okay, Ibu Diana, you can directly ask the question to Professor Hakam. Hello, Ibu. Putri.
Halo, Bu Dayan.
Halo, Bu Diana.
Oh, sinyal saya tidak cukup kuat, Prof. Yekti.
Oh,
If
Ibu
her microphone
Diana.
doesn't work.
I think it's already unmute. It's already, yeah. Ibu
She
Diana.
wrote chat box. If I already read the question and I can answer if you like.
Oh, okay. Signal is not strong here. Can you answer the?
Okay. Yes. Actually, I remember we had a beautiful discussion when we were in Bali some couple of years ago. I think it was 2016, and Miss Diana, she's asking that, you know, how we can collaborate, and that at that time I remember we suggested a world sharing art religiosity could be initiated between several countries such as Indonesia, Turkey, and Greece, such as Greece, Iran, or Italy. So the arts as a medium that can harmonize without insulating and foster intercultural and interreligious creative dialogue. What is my opinion, she's asking. So I think, of course, we could do it. In 2016, you know, we had this discussion to come together and to work together to create a kind of intercultural understanding or communication to strength. As Professor Diki told and mentioned, and even we listened from the Korean scholar, that we are together in this actually. In this pandemic, not only in the pandemic, but we have many other crises that having today. For example, refugee crisis is another crisis of humanity today. So we are together in this. So how we can build the solidarity and how we can build the understanding of, you know, and respecting different cultures in this, and having less conflict maybe, or we can have, of course, conflict, but how we can manage this conflict between different cultures or different religious understandings. So for this reason, we could do we suggested to have a kind of joint activity together at the Parliaments of World Religion. I think every 4 years it's happening in different countries. And actually in 2016, we were planning to have the World Parliament of Religions in Turkey, but unfortunately, as you know, in Turkey, we had some political crisis, and in 2016, we had a kind of military coup attempt. That was a terrible year for Turkish people, 2016 and 17. So most of the things were suspended, and when we were just recovering from that, military coup attempt, then COVID-19 appeared. So, and also we have another crisis, which is the refugee crisis in Turkey, that we are hosting about 4 million Syrian refugees in Turkey, not only in Turkey, but kind of 1 million from Iraq, Iran, and Afghanistan. So Turkey has a lot of things Turkey is doing, but I think we can start again. I think it is the time to start again this, Diana. I am ready. So if we can get in contact, so I will definitely work for your opinion, and we can try to find a way to do it online if you like. I think there are some ways to do some solidarity projects online. So this is what I can say. I hope it works. I hope it helps.
Thank you very much, Professor Hakam. So I think it's a good suggestion to have a debate online. It's very important because then so many different people with have different background can join the debate. So like Dr. Dickey's suggestion to have collaboration, different background with different, because we really need to learn from different aspects. So thank you so much, Professor Hakam. So anyone want to ask a question to Professor Hakam, to Dr. Dickey, or to Professor Lokhan? So please, anyone? Anyone? Hello? Anyone? Ibu Narti, you want to ask question? Amicho? Hello? Oh, hello. Anyone?
I have one question.
Ibu Narti. Please, Ibu Narti.
Oh, it's very inspiring and very comprehensive presentation. I just would like to ask any of you, maybe Prof. Hakam or anyone, that how about the involvement of the community in helping or in tackling this problem? How far the government accommodate to be included in the national policy in dealing with this kind of problem? Thank you.
May I answer that?
Yes, please, Professor Lokhan.
I think we have been all the time talking about government. I think it is high time we believe in our communitas. Community is the most important factor for this kind of problem. If you want to make a medicine, you need 10 people, community is there. If you want to stop and tell them about ancestors, community is there. So it is mostly community, and our family has to play a most important role in this kind of situation like coronavirus. I say that government is there for regulation, for regulating certain laws, maintaining support line. But finally, I have full belief that any community which has this suffering will be the best one. Okay, this is the idea about community. We have to change the habit of asking, firstly, the support from government and blame the government. Oh, government doesn't do anything. Think how much we are paying tax. Very small. And we want big return from the government. I'm talking about any government, not your government, not my government. Everywhere. If community and people participate together, they would find very easier to handle this kind of crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lohan. So please, Professor Hakam, can you respond to Ibu Nati question?
Yes, thank you so much for the question. And I think, yes, this is both the work of government and communities, because, yes, communities should have some responsibilities. It starts from the community, from the people. For example, hygiene and social distance and, some other, measures that should be taken by the people. Such as wearing masks, for example. It is very important to wear the mask, etc. But also the government should increase the tests. Testing is very important, and it is the work of government actually. If you don't do tests and you cannot recognize how many people are infected with, COVID-19. And tests are very important, and of course, health security is also another work of the government. I think should be provided at the basic level, and transparency, as we heard from the Korean experience. The transparency and informing the people in a very transparent and trustable way. So I think this is really important. The work of government is, I believe, is important and equal to work of people in fighting against coronavirus.
Mbak Yaktima has just a very simple one. Yeah, this is thanks for the response of you. But what is the main challenges on the involvement of the community? As we know that many people is already obey with the health protocols, the regulation, but many also is disobey for that regulation. So in fact, this increased the case of COVID-19 pandemic, whatever, and the impact of the COVID-19.
Thank you, Bu Nati. I think I'll give to Pak Diki first before to Professor Hakam and Professor Lohan. Pak Diki, can you respond to Ibu Nati question?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question and comment, Dr. Narti. I think you are quite right that this COVID-19 pandemic has, to a large extent, forced communities to be much more independent and to be much more self-sufficient. Obviously, the government is playing a major role in the leadership of this battle against the COVID-19 pandemic. But I think from what we are seeing across the world in many countries, that we can't truly and wholly depend on the government for any mitigation measures and any efforts to battle this COVID-19 pandemic. So there needs to also be some level of autonomy and some level of sufficiency from the part of the communities, especially the local communities in remote areas and so on. So having said that, I think the COVID-19 pandemic has also taught us that that we need to invest more and work together more to ensure that we have the sufficient social capital and the sufficient level of solidarity between and among members of society, so that we could ensure that there is cooperation, that there is mutual help, that there is collaboration among members of society. As you can probably see for the past year or so now, that we have seen some villages in Indonesia, at least in my village in the north of Yogyakarta, one can see what we call what do you call that? Food contributions that are given to those who are underprivileged. So people just put vegetables and nasi bungkus, right, and fruits in a store for anyone and everyone to sort of take. So I think this food sharing scheme has sort of proven to us that we have not lost our humanity, despite all of the arguments about the relationship between high technology and the Internet of Things, which have to a certain degree sort of caused the level of dehumanization in us. But I think we're also seeing some resistance against these trends and that our humanity remains intact. But I guess the question is how we could sort of systematically learn from this pandemic and be able to ensure that the next time we face such calamity that communities would be able to be more resolute and resilient for future crises. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Diki. Please, Professor Hakam, can you respond also?
I just echoed Professor Diki. He summarized very well, but I just would like to give an example from Arab world. Now we are studying, we are conducting a study on the conspiracy theories in the Arab world, because people do not take any responsibility like wearing masks, social distance and hygiene, etc., on fighting against COVID-19, because simply what we realized when we do the literature review and social media accounts and etc., what we have seen is that they don't trust in governments. They lost their trust. So then, shepherd, there's a story of shepherd, that shepherd says lie to the community, one lie, two lie, and the community believes that. And then the third time when the shepherd says the truth and they don't believe the truth. So that was a kind of problem. And what we see in the Korean example, and when the Korean decided to be transparent and democratic and trustable, then people can trust the government, and then they can fight against coronavirus together. Otherwise, if the government and the community lose their trust in each other, then of course we cannot fight against coronavirus shoulder to shoulder. So this is just what I want to contribute. I think you got my point, right? You hear me? I think Professor Yekti is lost, so I cannot hear her.
Yekti. Okay.
Yes, we can hear you, Prof. Hakam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Hakam. Thank you so much. So we still have 10 minutes, right? So anyone want to ask a question?
For those who wants to ask a question, just raise your hand.
Oh, Mbak Ana. Mbak Ana Mindarsi, yeah, from LIPI. So please.
Thank you, Prof. Yekti, for all speaker about infodemic, because your experience in city or in country in Indonesia about infodemic in decrease for trust to government. Thank you.
Thank you, Mbak Ana. So, Professor Hakam, Prof. Hakam, can you?
Could you summarize the question, because my signal was not very good. I couldn't hear it all.
Oh, okay. So the question is, because of the pandemic, so actually the trust to the government is getting lesser, something like that. So what happened in Turkey?
Yes, that is actually eventually it's happening. To increase it, there should be transparency. So this is the most important thing, and all the sources should be open access to everyone. Then people can see and can say that, okay, now it is, because when we ask questions in our surveys, we ask the trust in the health ministry, trust in the the president, and trust in the political parties. Yes, they are getting less and less, because simply most of the governments, they played with the numbers. They didn't explain the exact numbers of the cases. So then people lost their trust in the government. And when government advised something, and people just didn't listen to that, because people are not stupid. So everyone, they can realize some what's going on, because everybody is hearing somebody is infected from the family. Even people are getting infected themselves, and on the TV they are seeing the numbers are very low. So they realize that these numbers are not correct numbers, and then they lose their trust, and they start to believe in conspiracy theories, like this is the work of China, this is the work of America, or whatever, and then they don't fight, or they don't wear masks, or they don't keep the social distance. So thank you. I hope it helps.
Thank you, Mbak Ana. So sorry that Professor Lohan is already go to his office, so cannot answer for the case of India. But I think Pak Diki, you can also give a comment for the case of Indonesia.
Or Jogja, Mbak. The case of Jogja.
Oh, Jogja.
Because in Padang.
Yeah. Okay, Pak Diki.
Yes, thank you. I think that's a very important question. And as I mentioned earlier, that there is this problem of the securitization of the pandemic. Yeah, so in many governments across the world, including here in Indonesia, that the government is seeing this as a national security issue. Yeah, and hence this is where the role of the National Intelligence Agency comes in. Because as the other speakers have mentioned, that there is this idea, this conspiratorial idea that the COVID-19 is actually a military-grade biological weapon that is used or that has been misused in military labs in the US, in China, and so on and so forth. So regardless of the truth or mistruth in these issues, I think the issue of trust between the members of society and the government becomes quite imperative in this context. I think it also relates to the subsequent measures taken by some governments in other countries, including to some extent in Indonesia. And this relates to the biomedical surveillance. Yeah, we know that for those who are traveling by bus, by train, by airplanes, that we must submit to the health officers our medical health records. Of course, during or prior to the pandemic, this would obviously be seen as an invasion of privacy. Yeah, but this has now become somewhat normal. And in fact, this is part and parcel of what we call health protocols now being implemented across the country and I think also across the world. And so obviously the question
Thank you, Pak Diki. Pak Diki, have you? So I will take one more question if anyone want to ask question. Anyone want to ask question? I'll take just one more question because I think it's time is almost, we only have Bayu Wijakshana.
Yeah.
Okay, you can ask the question now.
Yes, you can hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I want to ask, some people believe that this pandemic is the way of Earth to get to balance. So I would like to ask about the chance to do the herd immunity. I mean, the nature will select who can survive and make new generation, and let the old one behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Hakam, you want to respond?
I think this is too early to give this kind of statement. I believe this is another conspiracy theory, you know, balancing the population of the world and etc. and etc. Maybe it is true, but it is too early to say this. We cannot know. What is today is we have a problem, we have a crisis. What we should concentrate on, I believe, to concentrate on how we can fight and how we can, work to mitigate the effects of COVID-19, the pandemic, because people are dying around us and economies are, collapsing, and especially vulnerable groups are the most affected, the refugees and the, people who have fewer opportunities. They are affected the most from the COVID-19. So inequalities are really rising. So I think we should concentrate on today's these kind of problems instead of putting too much effort on like balancing like biological weapons or etc. and etc. So, but there is a reality that COVID-19 is around us. So I think we should concentrate on today rather than some other conspiracy theories. Thank you.
Thank you. Pak Diki, you want to...
One thing to add, for example, vaccine, for example, vaccination, there are a lot of conspiracy theories are going on. If you, for example, if you have a vaccine, man will be a woman after 10 years. This is another conspiracy theory, there are many other theories that, and people are believing in this, and there are many reasons for them to believe in these kind of conspiracy theories, which are very related to the trust, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Hakam. Pak Diki?
Yes, obviously there is an issue of balance, and I've read up on some of the arguments on this, and this relates to the idea of climate change, global warming, and so on and so forth. But obviously, if we're dealing with the idea of the environment trying to balance out the factors causing climate change and global warming and ecological degradation and so on and so forth, as Hakan was saying, I think it's too early to tell in terms of establishing the connection between COVID-19 pandemic and climate change issues. So that's one thing I'd like to say. But in principle, there is obviously, even from the Islamic perspective, and Professor Hakan can correct me on this, the idea of al-mizan, the idea of balance in the ecological systems and earth systems, I think is also crucial in this context, because obviously if our lives are not adhering to the principles of ecological balance, then we would face grave consequences. And I think what we are seeing right now in terms of the floodings in many areas of Indonesia, and a lot of problems with respect to food security, for instance, and the overuse of land and so on and so forth for development. Obviously, this causes an imbalance of the ecological systems. But again, to sort of make an assertion that the COVID-19 pandemic is caused even partly by climate change or ecological degradation, I think remains to be seen, at least at this stage. Perhaps in later years that one would have data, sufficient data to be able to establish those links, yeah. But I think from the spiritual religious perspective, obviously balance, I think in all of our religious traditions that we do have some sense of the need to balance our production and consumption. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Diki. I think time is up, so we have no more question. But I should say thank you so much to all the speakers, Professor Hakam, Professor Lohan, and Professor Grim, and Dr. Diki Sofian. So I think what Professor Hakam and Dr. Diki suggestion is really in line to have to continue. Even now we finish, but doesn't mean that we cannot continue our discussion. So I think what the Professor Hakam mentioned about the to establish the online debate is very important. And this is in line with what Pak Diki said about the collaboration, and also that we need to learn from different background in the disciplinary, because we really need to learn from a doctor, from the social scientist, from political scientists. So I think this that we can really do in the future. So not end this workshop, but the conference, but we can continue to do it. So I hope that we can do a lot of things together, and we can learn to each others, because the experience of other country like Korean, for instance, is also important for us. We can learn a lot, and from Turkey also we can learn a lot, from India, because every country also have their own strategy to deal with this COVID-19. So I think I will end this section, and I will give to the organizing committee. But let's give a big applause to all the speakers and all the participants. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Yekti, for chairing this very beautiful session. Thank you. Greetings from Turkey.
Yeah, hope we can meet each other again.
Welcome, most welcome.
Yeah.
We will do the photo session first, so please don't leave.
Okay.
Excellency, participant, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to take a picture together. Please turn on your camera and take a nice seat. For Mr. Diki Sofjan, Mr. Ide Bagus Wiryanata, and Mr. Ketut Ardana, please to the front stage. To the all participants, please turn on your camera. Okay, 3, 2, 1. One more. 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
See you, Hannah. See you, everybody.
See you, Professor Ketu, Tiki. Bye bye.
See you in Sanli Urfa.
Most welcome. You have a second home here. Come.
Yeah.
Okay, bye bye.
Okay, bye bye.
Excellency participant, ladies and gentlemen, coming up to the last session, we are going to have a parallel session. For those who join the parallel session, please be note that our session will be start in 1 hour at 13:20 after the lunch break in the same link. Thank you.